Gotta get those seagulls crying. Gotta get those seagulls crying. Ah. There are the seagulls. Ah, the French. Ah, the seagulls. So, hopefully, attention span cooperating. Assuming it cooperates, I should be able to just sit here and chill and read Umineko for a while. It's always funny when I say that because, like, if you're watching the VOD version, whether that's on Twitch or YouTube, however you do it, you can see the time bar. You can see the time code. You can see how long I make it before you get to the end. Unless I was to do some kind of, like, shenanigans where I only read for like 2 hours or something, and then I just leave like an hour long just nothingness at the tail end. So then at the beginning here, if you're watching the VOD, you're like, oh, he goes 3 hours, but it's just like 2 hours and then a filler hour. Because that's what I love to do. Fuck with anyone that wants to watch my videos. It's a great strategy I have. I don't recommend it though. Did I not have anything on page? Alright. Let's remember what happened last time. Let's recall. If I... Why was it? Was there just like a weird bass note there that we just got I heard like a bonk. Strange. So, if I remember correctly, the last bit we streamed, which was probably not super long, somewhere between like an hour or two, I think was just a lot of the adults kind of going back and forth, just thinking about what their next move is. To put it plainly, they're like, well, we got this letter and this Beatrice person who may or may not exist, who may or may not be a witch. You know, they went through all the different possibilities. They're like, is it one of us? Is it our dad being an asshole about things? Are we too blatant about how greedy we are? Do I care about anyone other than myself? That's what all the adults, I think, ask themselves on a constant basis. Do I care what anyone else thinks about me? Clearly not. You know, standard things. Standard adult, shitty adult musings. Oh, she has so much gold. Okay, so that's basically all I think it's been to. I think that's pretty much all that the last section was, if I'm being quite honest. Not a lot happening, but I think it was a productive, meaning that hopefully then tonight's stream, especially given, you know, if I can sit here for a while, we'll see some things happen. I'm stalling a bunch because I'm trying to, like, my glasses are like fucked up. I'm trying to fix my glasses. I can't see without my glasses. And they're fucked up. I mean, what am I going to do? Switch to my contacts? While I'm reading Umineko? Hell no. Hell no. Okay, they're fine now. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. It could probably be raised just slightly. Alright, this isn't funny. To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin.
どこの馬の骨とも知れない女に家督を譲るなんて。
Just because she had a little money stored up?
アホ抜かせ。
Ah, don't be stupid.
もともとお前に家督なんぞいかんやないか。
The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right?
わしらは何も失わずに金だけをもらえる話やで。
We've got nothing to lose and money to gain. I mean, Hideyoshi being reasonable here.
そら損得感情は必要やろが、聞くに値する話や。
We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Yoshiromiya's family's assets. So, it was dregs that remained of that inheritance, versus the cost of being accepted as a head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter.
まあ、4等分とはならねえだろうな。
Well, probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions.
次期当主を降りることになる兄貴に取り分が多くなるのはやむを得ねえだろうよ。
Since Aniki would be giving up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger.
羨ましい話だぜ。
Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know?
あなた、
Dear,
金額の問題じゃないでしょ。
the amount of money isn't the problem, right?
不甲斐ない弟たちはお金で後ろ宮家の栄光を売り払うつもりなのですよ。
Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ishiromiya family for money, don't you see?
ここで長男の威厳を示さずして何とするのです。
Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? She's like, fucking do something.
夏希、
Natsui,
しばらく黙っていなさい。
stay quiet for a while.
あなた、
Oh, I'm sure she loves to hear that. Dear,
こりゃあクラッとくる話だぜ。
this is a dizzying proposal.
俺たちは兄貴から2億半ずつ引っ張ろうと思ってた。
We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki.
もし魔女様が俺たちに10トンのうちの1割も弾んでくれたなら。
If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons, 10 tons, 10 tons.
20億ね。
Oh, we can't do the math. Oh god. Okay, that's 2 billion.
ああ、
The better half of this couple, Kyrie. I'll say it. I'll say it. I think it's I'm acting as if it's like a controversial take. Yeah.
俺たちは当初の見積もりの10倍も弾まれちまうことになる。
That means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal.
そんだけあれば俺たちは十分だぜ。
That alone would be more than enough for us.
どうせ後ろ宮なんて名前に未練はねえんだ。
It's not like I've got any attachment to the Yoshiromiya name.
喜んで売っ払ってやら。
I'd be happy to sell it off.
10トンすべてを提供してくれるかはさすがに川山用だとしても。
Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure.
なるほど。私たちにとって魅力的な話になるわね。
Yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us.
私たちはベアトリーチェなどというよそ者を弾き出すために兄弟同盟を組もうとしていた。
We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out.
しかし彼女の目論みがこうならば、
But if this is our plan,
私たち兄弟の団結はバラバラにされるわ。
it'll tear apart the unity between us.
ええ、今こそはっきり断言できる。
Yeah. By this point, we can state it clearly.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の目的は私たちの結束をかき乱すことなのよ。
The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Common Beatrice things. If the 3 younger siblings who'd never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus' situation would probably be investigated. I'd like to point out that, like, several episodes ago now at this point, I pointed out, the fact that this game loves its prepositional phrases, and especially loves the word however, comma. I just want it to be known that I still, every time I run into the word however in this game, like a little ping goes off in my brain. However, but if he gave up his seat as the head of Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Cross's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Okanjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they would relinquish the Yoshiromiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today no one had solved it, so Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kairi still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet, she had gone to all this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over the all of the gold? That shouldn't be there. Hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver. Kairi tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion.
Ogori
Could it be
なのかしら。
arrogance?
あるいは
Or maybe
遊び？
she's playing?
何の話？
What are you talking about?
魔女は碑文を解いてみろと私たちに挑戦状を送ったわ。
The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph.
どうせ解けないだろうと高をくくってるでしょうけどね。
She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it.
でも何万分の1かの確率で私たちが解いてしまう可能性もあるはず。
However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it.
何しろここにはお父さんの血を引く子供が4人もいるのよ。
After all, we have here 4 of father's children by blood, right?
出題者の血縁者が4人も揃い、財産を奪われまいと死に物狂いで知恵を出し合ったなら、
The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them,
偶然にも謎が解けてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble.
つまり魔女の手紙に書かれている挑発文はベアトリーチェにとってリスクにしかならないのよ。
In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge.
確かに兄弟の連帯を分断するという効果はあったけれど、
Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance.
それを狙うためだけにわずかとはいえこのようなリスクを？
But if that was her only goal, why would she take the risk, however slight it might be?
私は不用心だと思う。
That seems reckless to me.
でもね、ある種の感情を念頭に置いたとき、このリスクは理解可能になるのよ。
But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible.
それがおごりだというの？
Hit the organ. And you're saying it's arrogance?
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
圧倒的な優位に立つと人はおごるわ。
When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant.
すると敗者に対しその優位性をひけらかすために微小なリスクをわざと背負うことがある。
And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks.
適度なリスクは勝利の喜びを引き立たせるスパイスだもの。
A moderate amount of risks adds a little spice to the joy of victory.
リスクなき勝利ほど退屈なものはない。
It'd be boring to win without any risk.
わかるわ。
I understand.
私もそういうの
I like
好
that.
きだもの。
Are you done, Eva? I like that kind of thing too.
よくわか
Of
るわ。
course she does. She loves to rub anything in anyone's face. Yeah, I understand it well.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の真意をもっともらしくいろいろと解釈してみたけれど、
I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter,
実はこれが真実かもしれない。
but I think this really might be the truth.
あの手紙の裏に潜む感情は
The emotion hidden behind that letter was
おごりなのよ。
arrogance.
おごり。
Arrogance.
難解な碑文がお前たちに解けるものかと私たちを見下して威張り散らしたいのよ。
She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us, as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph.
案外ひょっとすると碑文はお父さんじゃなく彼女が作ったのかもしれないわね。
It might even be possible, it's surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father, but by her.
上等じゃないの。
Sounds great.
碑文の謎が解けるかですって。
Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says.
もしも解いたなら私を当主にしてくれるのね。
Baby Eva. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right?
解いてやる。
I'll solve it.
魔女の挑戦を受けてやるわ。
I'll accept the witch's challenge.
他の間抜けな兄弟たちに解けるものか。
As if those other idiot siblings could solve it.
私一人が解いて、私こそが後ろ宮家を引き継ぐにふさわしいということを証明してやるわ。
I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ishiromiya family. Inner Eva, yeah, definitely sounds... This is definitely what I would imagine the inner Eva to feel, like, 24/7.
その挑戦乗ったわ。
I'll take that challenge.
私が
I will.
謎を解いてやる。
Solve the riddle. I'm continuing the streak where, like, 15 minutes into the next stream, it always breaks the glass, like, because I'm... Whatever. Refer to an earlier part in the series where I made the point that always happens here. Always happens. Wow, wow, wow. Oh?
なるほどな。
Oh, we got this music. I see.
魔女じゃなく、ベアトリーチェという名の愛人が島に存在していたわけか。
So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island.
つまり、人間は18人以上いる。
So there can be more than 18 people.
ということは、18人全員に不可能だから魔法犯罪であるという図式は崩せるわけだ。
Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic.
これは大きい情報だぜ。
That's a big scoop. Not this fucker
失
again.
礼いたします。
I thought he wasn't gonna show up for like another 2 chapters or so. Pardon me.
マトラ様、紅茶とクッキーはいかがですか？
Battler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. Look how fucking smug he looks. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me.
いらねえよ。
I don't need any.
俺は今取り込み中なんだ。
I'm busy now.
放っておいてくれ。
Leave me alone.
おや
Oh my.
それは美味しく焼けたクッキーなのにとても残念です。
Such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too.
人間ごときにはもったいないくらいに素敵に焼き上がった。それは素敵なクッキーなのに。
Cooked so wonderfully that they would be wasted on a mere human.
気が向いたら食ってやるぜ。
I'll eat someone I feel like it.
その辺に置いて、とっととうせな。
Just set it down somewhere and get out of here.
さようでございますか。
It's like, please leave me alone. Will that be acceptable?
それでは、そのようにいたしますよ。
Then I shall do so.
冷めてからお召し上がりになって、焼きたてを召し上がらなかったことを存分に後悔なされると良いでしょう。
You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. Battler strikes me as the type of person that he's gonna like have Renove leave the cookies right there, like on the table or whatever, and Renove's gonna leave, and then right as he's gone, Battler's gonna go to the cookies and start eating them, and then Renove strikes me as the type of person that would immediately fade back into existence and be like, "Got you. I knew you were gonna do that." That would be my bet on the interaction here. And if that's not what happens, then it should have. Put it in the game.
いちいちうるさいやつだな。
You really are annoying.
まあ、耳元で気色悪くケラケラ笑うベアトのやつよりゃ、数段マシだがよ。
Well, you're a lot better than that Beato. Keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear.
いえいえ、まったく。
Yes, yes, that is quite true.
お嬢様の笑い声は時折、実に品がありません。
There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified.
それを聞くたびに、なぜ私ほどの高貴な悪魔が
Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend.
あのようなものを主にしなければならないのか。理解に苦しむのでございますよ。
Why, such a noble demon as myself must serve as a master. Must serve such a master. Man, you're weird.
そんなに嫌なら使えなきゃいいだろうが。
If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her?
それでもなおお使いするのが家具の喜びなのでございますよ。
And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy.
それでなくては家具は務まりません。
If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture.
それはさておき、
Setting that aside,
ゲームの方はいかがでございますか？
how has the game been proceeding?
先ほど良い情報を見つけたようなことを言われ、お喜びになられていたようですが。
Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you.
さてさて、どのような浅知恵が思いついたやら。
Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Renove mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby.
おかった。19人目の存在に自信を深めたからでございましょう。
In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes?
よろしければ、ぜひご考説をお聞かせ願いますか？
Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion?
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, sure.
どうせベアトの前で改めて言うしな。
I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato anyway.
隠す必要もないぜ。
No reason to hide it.
いいか？
Basically,
この島に隠し屋敷があって、愛人を住まわせていたらしいんだ。
it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island. That grandfather had his mistress living there.
となりゃ、俺を苦しめてきた18人なのか19人なのかって疑問は簡単に決着する。
So, a question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved.
バトラ様は魔女を否定するくせに。
You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created.
18人の中にも犯人を求められないダブルスタンダードの袋小路に自らを追い込まれました。
Even though you deny the witch, Battler Sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18.
魔女を否定する最も簡単な方法は、 18人の誰かを疑うことだ。
The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18.
18人全員のアリバイはそう簡単には揃わない。
It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them.
常に一人くらいはアリバイの脆い人間が生まれる。
You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi.
俺はそいつを生贄にすることで常に魔女を否定し続けることもできるだろう。
I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat.
しかしそれは断固拒否する。
However, I refuse to do that.
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
Nah, it's useless. It's all useless.
18人はみんな俺にとって親たちや親戚たちやいとこたち。
Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me.
そして真面目だったり面白かったりする頼もしい使用人の人たちだ。
And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with.
俺はその人たちの誰を生贄にすることも許せない。
I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat.
かつて俺はその決意があやふやだった。
In the past, my resolve wavered.
だからその心の弱さをベアトに疲れたんだ。
That's how Beato hit me, where my heart was weak.
自らの弱点を認め理解する。
Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses.
なかなかできることではありません。
It is not something that can often be accomplished.
バトラ様は19人目が存在する説を槍にする。
Battle-sama, use this theory about 19th person as a spear.
槍というよりは盾でしょうかな。
Or should I say, a shield.
いずれにせよ、これまでのゲームでの無策と違い、
In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games,
戦い方に指針を持たれるのは劇的飛躍と申せましょう。
the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say.
これでバトラ様は敬愛する18人を疑わずに
With this, you can suspect the 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human.
存分に19人目を疑い、人間犯人説を追求できるわけでございます。
Without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect.
そういうことさ。
That's it exactly.
最初のゲームのカノン君が殺されたボイラー室とか
Like in the first game when Kennen-kun was killed in the boiler room.
他にも
There were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation.
19人目が存在していたなら
そう
迷う必要なんかないトリックはいくつもある。
As long as the 19th person existed. In the very first game, Kennen-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that 19th person existed, there is no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり
In short,
18人の誰にも無理だからイコール犯人は魔女
I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that
という図式だけは否定することができるわけさ。
if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter.
ふむふむ。
Hmm.
とても良い一手だと思いますよ。
I'd say that's quite a good move.
私だったらどう切り返しましょうか。
Now, how would I strike back against it?
たとえバトラ様が理解されたとしても、未だに弱点は健在。
You still have plenty of weak points even if you are aware of them.
18人攻めは有効な手でしょうね。
Maybe the 18th person attack would be an effective move.
バトラ様の守りがどの程度か確かめる意味でも、改めてそこをつくのも面白いかもしれません。
To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again.
ならどう来る
Then how will you do it,
悪魔の執事
Demon Butler? Always give me the side eyes.
バトラ様が刺された 19人目の駒を迎え撃つのが妥当でございましょう。
I believe it'd be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned.
バトラ様は19人目にお会いしておりませんね。
Battler-sama, you've never met this 19th person, yes?
19人目が存在する証拠をお願いできますかの？
Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists?
甘えぜ。
How naive.
もちろんその差し手で来るだろうことは読んでいる。
Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move.
それは
My.
受け手をお願いいたします。
Please respond to it.
魔女だの悪魔だの。
Witches and demons and the like.
お前らにこれほどふさわしい一手はないぜ。
There's no more fitting move for you guys to use.
それがこいつ。
It's one of those.
悪魔の証明さ。
Devil's proofs! Excellent. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheap moves. That's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, separate from the Ishirimiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. I literally just had a rush of thoughts that I'm embarrassed to say I probably just all put together. Now, I'm in saying this, I could be very wrong, but at the opening of this episode, of this chapter, right? Chapter 3. Episode 3? Whatever the fuck. I still to this day. Episode of Chapter 3. We had the not cold open, but basically like the setting the stage, giving us a little insight into some other kind of like thing. That was in a mansion. I think at the time I'd made a comment like, oh, that looks... I was like, that the interior and maybe the outside looks different. And then in the title screen, we have a picture of a mansion that looks different than the one that we're used to for the family currently. Should I have realized it maybe sooner that that's the actual, at least, at the very least, being hinted at or teased towards that that's this second mansion on Rokenjima, perhaps? And so I feel it's like one of two things is happening. Either I'm very wrong and I'm assuming the wrong thing, or I just admitted something that I should have pieced together in my head like many moons ago. And yet here we are. Me just now kind of putting it all together potentially. Whatever, I digress. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, we can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it's physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you have never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So, can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just the 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were like 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they exist. In the last game and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of these. However, not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the devil's proof. Can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, it's just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that. Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere.
まあ、へりくつまみれの暴論だとは思うぜ。
You know, we've previously talked about like how Battler, his strategy is very much just like, just be ignorant and we can't lose kind of like type situations. But both Beatrice and Battler are very much heavily employing the strategy of like, no, they're playing like a game of Uno and they keep playing the reverse card on each other. They're just like, no, I'm using I'm using the devil's proof to my advantage. And then Beatrice is like, no, my advantage. And then he's like, no, but really my advantage. It's just very funny. And I'm making an Uno comparison, but this is also like, I could probably go so deep in just how like the back and forth of this kind of thing, understandably, I'm not saying anything deep here, but like is very much like a chess match. I mean, that sounds and is like a very basic understanding of what's like this back and forth of like, you know, the metaphors for pieces and resetting the game and doing all this and yada yada yada. But like even just when it goes to their like back and forth nature and like how the tides turn and like kind of like a game of runs, like that's a term that's used in like basketball a lot. I might be talking about basketball here to like no one who actually understands, but like something that's said about like professional basketball games a lot is like it's a game of runs, where it doesn't generally feel like a game where like it's, you know, one team scores a basket, gets 2 points, the other team scores a basket, gets 2 points, and then the next team, the other team might get like 2 baskets at 4 points or whatever. It's not as ticky-tacky back and forth such like that. They say it's like a game of runs, where it's like, oh, like one team generally like pours in like 16 straight unanswered points, and then you're like, holy shit, they're unstoppable. And then as soon as a snap of your fingers, like the other team starts scoring like 20 points with no answers. That might be, I'm using slightly higher numbers for dramatic effect to explain myself, but that's almost kind of like this situation too, where we've seen like episode 1, we saw a Battler kind of just do his, you know, ignorant shtick. And then episode 2, we saw him just get completely obliterated by Beatrice to embarrassing effects. And yeah, so now we might be starting to see the comeback from Battler and his run to start, where he's like, all right, I'm gonna fucking get her. A whole string of like 2 or 3 minutes where I'm talking about basketball. It's like that. It's like the meme where I'm like, no, oh no, we let him cook and he's not cooking anything. But I'm just trying to explain it, right? My thought process that I think instead of like, we see little moments of like back and forth between obviously him and Beatrice, but this is like, at least as far as like getting advantage in what they call their games and the rounds and stuff, it very much seems like maybe intentionally, like each episode it's like, all right, this is the episode where Beatrice is gonna be such an overwhelming force to Battler's little unprepared tiny little brain, and then the next episode is like Battler's like, damn, I'm coming back. I remember the term devil's proof. If I just say the words devil's proof, then everything will be okay. It reminds me, there's a story in my household, my family, when I was young, like grade school wise. Whenever I would, when I was in grade school, I was always a bring lunches from home kid. But if I ever forgot lunches, which was a thing that could very easily do, you know, you just forget to put it in your backpack or whatever. Like, I would always be like, as a kid, I didn't understand what it meant to like go through the lunch line really, because I didn't really do it, and I didn't like carry cash on me as a kid. So there's on the record there was very frequent times where I would then just, oh, didn't bring my lunch. Oh, I would almost, I think as a kid, think that I just was entitled to like a school lunch at that point, but I didn't have anything to pay for it. So I very often would just go through the line with some friends who would go through the lunch lines all the time, and then it would get to me, and I'm pretty sure they had a system where you had to like input like a code or something, like your school number or something, a number associated with something like that. But like, I think that was supposed to be like, if your parents deposited money into a system, then it would just like deduct your lunch's money from that pool of money or whatever. But my parents never put money into there, never fed money. They've confirmed to me that they never put money in there. And I would just be like, so I'd put in a number, maybe it was right, maybe it was wrong, I don't even fucking know. And then I would just look at the lunch lady and very confidently just say, charge it. Like, I would literally I assumed like just saying charge it was like I didn't officially know what that actually meant. Like, I didn't piece it as in my little dumb kid's brain that like, in theory, saying charge it would be like charging it to an account or something, but there was nothing there to charge it to. So I would just confidently look at this lunch lady's face and be like, charge it. And bless the fucking lunch ladies, they never raised an issue. And to this day, and then I would just walk out with lunches that I probably didn't deserve. And like I said, I've confirmed with my parents, they never put money into there, and they never got like a bill for lunches. So I assume the lunch ladies or the system was set up where they're like, oh, you're a dumb kid and you don't know what's going. We're not going to turn you away once you've gone through the line and have like picked out food stuff. I'm convinced they were just like, fuck it. Just let him have the food. Whenever he confidently looks at us and says, charge it. Or maybe even more. Maybe the lunch ladies were like, I'll just put a few dollars into the cash register for him or something. I don't know. And it didn't happen super frequently, but it happened enough times throughout like the school years when I was in grade school where I was just like, as a dumb kid, thought like saying charge it was gonna like work for me. I'm on a tangent here. I was saying this because it's like Battler with spinning the chessboard or like Devil's Proof. Just say the damn word and you'll get yourself out of your sticky situation, I think. But yeah, if you talk about the charge it story around my family at this point, like it always gets laughs because it's like I can very much remember doing it, and then like my family would be like, yeah, that's very much like an Austin thing where he like that fits in with his personality as a grade schooler, would just be like, just confidently look at the lunch lady and say charge it to nothing and just walk out with your free lunches because you were an idiot and forgot your bagged lunch at home. Charge it. Charge it. I don't think I read this line though. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted.
相手が人間だったなら寝言を言うなと怒鳴られるところだろうよ。
If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind.
だが俺の相手は魔女だ。
But my opponent is a witch.
そして俺たちがやってるのはそういう勝負なんだろう。
And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it?
どんな暴論であろうとも人間で説明をつけ魔女を否定する。
I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch.
とにかくこの一手で俺は二度と親しい18人のみんなを疑わなくて済む。
Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again.
俺は二度と前回の失敗は繰り返さない。
Battler thinks that with this way, like, he has the best of both worlds, basically. He's Hannah Montana-ing the situation. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again.
なるほど。
He's trying to basically just say, like, I don't have to accept the witch's existence, and I also don't have to doubt any of my family relatives, people I'm close to. The butlers, the waitresses. I keep saying waitresses, wait staff. I've said that multiple times throughout the series, and every time I do it, I'm like, that's wrong. It's not like a wait staff. It's like a, they're like butlers. Wait staff is like you go out to eat somewhere, right? I don't know. What are words? Renova says, I see.
前回の失敗を学ばれているのですね。
You have learned from your previous defeat.
良いことですよ。
That is good.
さすがに3度もゲームを重ねると容量が良くなるものです。
It's no surprise that you become so devious now that you're in your third game.
まずは自陣の守りを固める。
Oh, just you wait, Renove. Wait until Battler gets into his 7th or 8th game. You first strengthen your own defense.
実に堅実な処方です。
That is truly a solid first step.
なかなかの妙手と思います。
Quite a spectacular move, I would say.
まあ19人目の人物を仮定したとしても
Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person,
マスターキーの本数などのように何人人間を増やしてもクリアできないトリックも残ってる。
there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add.
しかしとりあえずの初手としては悪くないはずだ。
Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being.
バトラ様の切り札。19人目の人物という大駒。
Battler Sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person.
証拠はあるのかとの私の一手に、バトラ様は悪魔の証明で反撃。
You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof.
良い攻防です。
A good skirmish.
お嬢様のおられないところで勝手に手を進めてしまうのは申し訳ないのですが。
Although, I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here.
私も少し面白くなってきてしまったところです。
I find that I too am growing slightly slightly interested.
お嬢様に代わり
Uninterested.
さらに一手進めさせていただきましょうか。
I wonder if you'll allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Berhalf.
来いよ。
I said berhalf. Let's have it.
魔女だろうと悪魔だろうと相手に不足はね。
I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons.
バトラ様の刺された一手、悪魔の証明。
This move you presented called the devil's proof.
これは私ども悪魔のお箱でございますが、他にも私どもにはいくつもの手がございます。
It's a specialty of us demons. There are also various other moves available to us.
ヘンペルのカラスという一手はご存知ですかな？
Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Oh, now he's just making up words. That's not real. That's not real. I thought he was gonna name like an actual chess move. Is it Renove? It's just like Battler. Are you familiar with En Passant? And then Battler's like, wait, isn't that the little fancy French move with the little pawns? And Renove's like, yes, but no. He says Hempel's Raven.
ヘンペルのカラス？
Hempel. Hempel's Raven?
何の話だ？
What the fuck are you talking about? No. If you say Hempel's Raven 2 times, then it summons Beatrice. Oh, no. No, I was having such a fun time without Beatrice. Beato. Cackle, cackle. That was a good laugh. Ha 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 ha. Just then, an enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared.
これはお嬢様。
If it isn't Milady,
おはようございます。
good morning.
わらわのいないところで何やら面白そうなことをしていると思え
I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away.
ばヘンペルのカラスか
Hempel's Raven, was it?
なんとも笑える懐かしいってよ。
Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh.
よもやバトラに披露する日が来ようとはな。
To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. God, she's stealing Renove's fucking thunder right now. He was gonna tell the fucking Battler about Hempel's Raven. Now she's just like, oh, I'm here, I get to explain it to him. My move.
それは悪魔の証明に並ぶ古典的一手だ。
It's a classic move to use against the devil's proof.
ロノウェイ、それはわらわが指す一手ぞ。
Renove, I will make this move.
わらわの楽しみを減らしてくれるな。
Do not get in the way of my fun.
出やがったな、ゲラゲラ魔女め。
So you've finally shown up, you goofong witch.
相変わらず下品に笑いやがって。
I see you're laughing like a freak, just as usual. Love it. Love that
こい
sentence.
つもお前のこと。笑い方に品がねえって陰口言ってたぜ。
This guy was talking behind your back just now. Tell me how undignified you look when you do that,
な
right?
それは心外な。
How rude.
本当か？
Is that true?
そうもない。
Oh, he's not even owning up to it. We were told Renove is like the 27th most powerful demon butler man or whatever. And even he's like, I can't even stand by him. Can't even stand by the fact that he was saying Beatrice's laugh is unbecoming of a lady or whatever the fuck he said. I can't believe it. Renove, I've lost so much respect for you. Stand by what you say. He says nonsense.
心より尊敬申し上げているお嬢様に、
Why would I speak such gossip about my lady?
この私めがどうしてそのような陰口を申せましょうか。
Whom I regard with such sincere respect, and definitely was not talking so much shit behind the back of. If you're watching this in a different tab, and you're not seeing the actual subtitles, just know that I definitely didn't... No, I definitely did add that second part of the sentence.
よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだな。
I can't believe you'd say something so shameless.
お前とは仲良くなれそうにないぜ。
Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Damn, Battler's like, hey, if you can't own up to what you say, then you're fucking dead to me. See, I'm surprised Renove didn't just commit to it. Because Renove strikes me as the type of person who would stand by what he says. And Beatrice also strikes me as a person who'd be like, I don't fucking care what you think of me. She fucking owns Renove, but clearly, apparently. So she strikes me as the type of person that'd be like, alright, talk shit about me. Say my laugh sucks, I don't give shit. I'm Beatrice, bitch.
まあよい。
Well, that is fine.
話を戻そう。
I'm on a different energy level tonight because I told the fucking charge it story. Let us return to the point at hand.
ヘンペルのカラスは
Oh yeah, tell me
実証を
about
タイ
Hempel's
ム的
Raven.
に行ってみせる。
Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive.
つまりこういう手だ。
In other words, it is a move like this.
カラスが黒いことを証明するには
What
どうすればいい？
What must you do to prove that ravens are black?
は
Battler's like, huh? Dude, Battler's brain is probably like, no, don't introduce another rule to this fucking thing. I can barely keep straight devil. Battler's like, I just got straight devil's proof. Like, I just figured that thing out. And now he's like, don't introduce another thing. Uh-huh.
何の話だ？
What are you talking about?
カラスが黒いことを証明って、
Prove that ravens are black?
カラスを捕まえてきて、色が黒いことを確認すりゃいいだけの話だろ。
Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? Is this... I have no idea what Hempel's Raven is or anything, but my best guess is that she's gonna say something along the lines of like, no, if you had to prove a statement like this raven is black, you would before you're able to say that the raven is black, you would have to prove what black is, right? That's my guess. Is something along the lines of, like, you have to prove... First you have to explain and prove what black is before you could say something is black. You'd have to take the other part of the sentence to be like, well, what is black? Right? Am I right or am I wrong? I'm probably so wrong. That's right!
カラスイコール黒いを証明すればよい。
You must simply prove that a raven equals black.
ということは、黒くない鳥イコールカラスではないを証明しても同じ論法になるのがわかるかな？
Do you see that? If you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument? Oh no, it's probably more complicated than I was thinking. Also, hello, welcome to stream.
世界中のカラスでない鳥をすべて調べ、
Oh, I
そ
see
れら
what
が
she's
黒
saying.
くないことを証明すれば、
If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black,
それは結果的に、故に黒い鳥はカラスであるとなるわけだ。
then as a result, you can claim that therefore, black birds are ravens.
これを対偶論法という。
This is called an argument by the contrapositive. I would have rather her teach me about en passant as a chess move, but guess I don't get what I want.
そなたには難しいか？
Is that too difficult for you?
ああ、まったく。
Yeah, no kidding.
何言ってやがるのかさっぱりだ。
I've got no idea what you're saying.
バトラ様、
Badler-sama,
こういう例え話はいかがでしょう。
what about this example?
2つの箱があり、片方は当たりでクッキーが入っているといたします。
Let us say that you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside.
もちろん、もう片方は外れで空っぽです。
Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win if equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B then not A is also true.
そりゃ当然だろう。
Well, that's obvious.
もし選んだ方が外れだったなら、もう片方は自動的に当たりってことになる。
If the one you guessed was a loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner.
つまり、箱を適当に選び、当たりを引こうと外れを引こうと。
In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the
最
loser,
初の一手で、どっちの箱にクッキーが入っているか特定できるわけだ。
you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move.
その通り。
That is correct.
開けた箱にクッキーが入っていたなら、悪魔の証明を満たす。
If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied.
この箱は当たりイコールこの箱にはクッキーが入ってい
You
る
can,
もうまさに実証できるわけだ。
you can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it.
しかし開けた箱が空っぽだったならこの時は逆にヘンペルのカラスを満たす。
However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's raven, is satisfied. I think me and Battle are both on the page of like, okay, so what does that have to do with our current predicament? Beatrice, get to the point.
この箱にクッキーが入っていないイコールこの箱は当たりではない
In
とな
other,
るのだから。
in other words, this box does not have a cookie in it, equals this box isn't the winner.
そしてそれは箱が2つしかないことを前提としている限り
And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes,
もう片方の箱が自動的に当たりであることを対偶的に示している。
the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner.
ま、なんとなく理屈は分かったぜ。
Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning.
毒を制するには毒。へりくつにはへりくつってわけだ。
Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic.
それで、
Then what?
俺の島には19人目の人間が隠れているに違いないから。
How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island,
18人全員にアリバイがあっても
even if all 18 people have alibis,
それは魔女を認めることにはならないを
I still
どう
won't
切り返してくれるってんだ
I still won't have to accept witches.
よかろ
Very well.
う。わらわの手は教えよ
I will teach you about my move.
う。まずそなた。18人の中に犯人はいない。イコール。ならば犯人は19人目としている。
First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person.
ならば待遇としてこうなるわけだ。
So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this.
つまり犯人は19人目ではないイコールならば18人の中に犯人がいる
In short, culprit is not a 19th person, is the same as the culprit is one of the 18.
は
Huh?
あなんだとそれはどういう意味だ
Excuse me? What do you mean?
そなたの指し手を逆手に取っただけだがな
Only that I've countered your move?
そう難しい話ではあるまい
Let's try and keep things simple.
ロノウェ説明せよ
Renove, explain. God, I would love it if Renove just came in here and he was like, "No, you fucking stole my thunder. You fucking, I'm out. You explain it to him."
そなたのさっきのクッキーの箱の例えはバトラに分かりやすいらしい
It seems you made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy.
それでは僭越ながら
Then forgive my presumption.
先ほどの例え話でもう一度ご説明させていただきます
Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th-person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th-person box. Then let's us... I think it's supposed to just be singular. Then let us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack.
なんだと
What the hell? Ah.
わらわが19人目の箱の中身が空っぽであることを先に証明すれば
If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty.
そなたは自動的に
Okay, so I was only slightly confused because I thought by saying just splitting up, I thought by her saying that there was a Hempel's Raven opportunity, that automatically is like a victory for her. But I think this next statement is clearing that up. She's saying there's a Hempel's Raven situation potentially here. If I set that up and then I can prove that the 19th person didn't do the killing, and I assume she's going to either go on that here or we're going to see that eventually, then she's going to say, as she's about to say right here, that if it's not, that she can prove that the 19th person box is empty, then you have to accept that it was one of the 18 people. Bing, bang, boom. If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you'll automatically have to accept that
18人の箱の中にクッキーがあることを認めなければならないということになる
the cookie is in the 18-person box.
そなたはそれを逆の言い方で口にしたに過ぎんのだぞ
All I've done is say that the other way around, yes?
つまり俺の自信満々の一手は同時に諸刃の剣でもあるってわけか
So, the move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword?
その通りよ
That's right!
そなたの19人目で全てを説明する一手はそれが破られた時
As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person,
18人でしか説明できないことを認めざるを得ないリスクを背負っている
You'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. Maybe next time, Battler. I see. Hempel's Raven. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. There aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes of any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof, and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine. But then, Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, it'll be almost absolutely impossible. Sorry, getting water. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. And man, these 18 people are also trustworthy and totally deserving of me believing in all of their alibis. Right, Battler? All upstanding citizens? That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. But doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. There are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. I was literally just about to say, fuck it. Lock them all in a room. Tell them how important it is, Battler. Say, like, we have to... No one leaves. Do the classic... No one leaves this area strat. Everyone, never leave. Just take the biggest room that there is. And just hole up there. Someone has to go to the restroom, you tell them to go into a corner. And that's it. Everyone's in there. Everyone stays there. That's what I would do. Honestly. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked, Battler. You're fucked again. You're fucked again. I can excuse Battler feeling like he should trust everyone in his family. When a devil's proof exists in the world. Yeah, that's a good point. There's, even if you want to be like, hey, I trust my like blood relatives or anything, there are gonna be even some exceptions where it's like, fucking, yeah, like you say, like Goda, like he has no bond to them at all. How is he to trust and also prove their alibi and believe them? When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it. There are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around, makes it possible to prove things easily.
ヘンペルのカラスを使えば、様々な暴論が実証可能なのです。
By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become impossible to prove true or false.
例えば、 私以外の人間イコール愚かであるという命題があったとします。
For example, let us say I make the proposition all humans except me are foolish.
これを証明するには本来私を除く全人類を調べ愚かであることを証明しなければなりません。
Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish.
しかし何十億人も調べるなど現実には不可能でしょう。
However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people.
バトラ様の18箱を開ける手間と全く同じです。
It's just the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes. Cackle, cackle, cackle.
しかしヘンペルのカラスならばその命題は待遇的にこう変換される。
However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this.
つまり私以外の人間イコール愚かであるをそなた風に言うならば
If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equals foolish,
チェス盤をひっくり返し愚かではないイコール私として証明してもよいということだ。
you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me.
つまりどういうことだと思う？
And what do you think that means?
わらわが聡明であるという事実を知るだけで
As soon as I know the fact that I am wise,
全人類は愚かであることの何十億人分もの証明が直ちに終了してしまうわけだ。
I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race are foolish.
全人類
Yeah, for real.
わらわよりも愚かであることをわずか1秒もかけずに証明終了できる。
In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me.
世界最強最速の QED
QED. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world.
これぞ
This
ヘンペルのカラス。
Hempel's Raven!
な
No, no, she's using her special move, Hempel's Raven.
暴論だよ。
Man, it is very unfortunate for Battler. He just got his head around, like, the Devil's Proof and how he could use that to his advantage. And then she's like, oh yeah, there's a thing that counters, there's a thing that counters Devil's Proof, and it's called Hempel's Raven, which still sounds very dumb. And then she mocked him by saying the spinning the chessboard thing back at him. Like, she kicked him while he was down already. Very unfortunate for Battler. What a ridiculous argument.
これはとてもとても便利な一手ですよ。
It is a very, very convenient move.
悪魔どころか神々も好む一手です。
Not only demons, but gods also use it.
幸福であるイコール神のしもべを命題とするとき、
When they propose that the blessed equals the servants of God,
待遇は神のしもべでない人間イコール幸福であってはいけないとなります。
the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of a god equals he must not be blessed.
つまり神のしもべがその加護によって幸福であることを実証するためには、
So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection,
その加護を受けぬ人々が不幸であることを実証すればいいわけです。
they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection.
そして彼らは
Hi! So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them,
自らの神を信じない人々を不幸に突き落とすことで
they prove
自
their
らの幸福を実証する。
they prove their blessedness. You're gonna have to, you know, maybe not right now. I get the maybe wanting to watch it live experience, but I would recommend you gotta, at the end of this, you gotta go back and see the first hour. There was some good Austin lore talked about for a good chunk of time, probably more time than needed. There was, you know, fun theory crafting. The whole gamut in the first hour of the stream. So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness.
人に幸福を与えるには莫大なコストがかかる。
An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness.
しかし人を不幸にするのに必要なコストははるかに安上がりだ。
However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune.
つまりヘンペルのカラスを使えば神々は実に低コストで信者に加護の喜びを与えられるわけよ。
So, by using Hempel's raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap.
悪魔だ。
You demon!
悪魔の理論だ。
It's a demon's argument.
めちゃくちゃだ。
That's crazy.
話がそれてしまったようだな。
Seems we've gone off topic.
そろそろ話を戻そうぞ。
Let us get back to the point.
わらわの反撃の一手は以上だ。
The move for my counterattack is complete.
そなたの19人目が犯人だから18人は無実で魔女も存在しないへの反撃は
And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist, is she gonna do something as simple as just red text that? Is she just gonna say red text, 19th person isn't the culprit, and then just fucking just mentally boom him right here?
ならば19人目が犯人でないことを証明できたら
No, maybe she's gotta go through the whole song and dance anyway. I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person,
18人か魔女のどちらかが犯人ということで確定するぞ
we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch,
との確認だ
right? Battler's just like, please leave me alone. For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points. My counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people. Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Me too, Battler. Me too. Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? He already forgot the fucking name. He's just like, the fucking Raven. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn. And then, forcefully gouge it in.
まだまだ序盤だぞ
We're still in the opening part of the game.
この程度で長考するつもりか
Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? So I imagine Battler's doing right now?
いや待て。
Wait a sec.
確認するぞ。
I want to be sure.
確かに俺は分かりやすく19人目という言い方をしたが、
I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple.
悪魔の証明によって18人以上人間を増やせるなら、
But if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18,
それは10人いるか100人いるかもわからない。不特定多数ということだ。
then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people.
お前が想定する人数より常に1人多い。
There's always one more than you assume.
わかるか？
Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. Oh, Battler. Okay. Alright, I'm on board. I'm on board, Battler.
なるほど
I see.
わらわが19人目のアリバイを何らかの方法で証明したとしても
Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person,
その瞬間にそなたは20人目を生み出し犯人だと主張する
as soon as I do, you will think up a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit.
これを無限に繰り返すことによってわらわは永遠に彼らのアリバイの証明が終えられないというわけか
By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity.
なるほどなるほど。
I see, I see.
さながらイナゴの大群を呼び出す魔王よな。
Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts.
さすがは金蔵の孫よ。
I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild.
召喚術の才能には恵まれていると見える。
Looks like you have been gifted with a talent in summoning.
つまり
In short,
18人以外の存在 X は常にアリバイを証明することが不可能なんだ。
it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18.
どうだベアト。
How do you like that, Beato?
ヘリクス合戦だと分かれば俺も負けねえぜ。
Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. I'm a master in twisted logic. My whole brain is twisted. On a near constant basis. Oh, we have like a distorted like clock going on in the background. Cackle, 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 cackle.
愚かしいぞ。
How foolish.
わらわを誰と心得る。
Who do you think I am?
わらわこそは無限の魔女。
I am the endless witch.
そのわらわに無限にて挑むとは肩払いたいわ。
The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd.
無限を操ることはつまり無限を殺すこともできるということ。
Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly.
わらわが19人目を切ればそなたは20人目を呼び
When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th.
20人目を切れば21人目を呼び
And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st.
21人目を切れば22人目を切れば
And when your 21st... It doesn't say 21st. And when your 21 person folds, and your 22nd person folds...
23人目を呼び34人目を呼び6計4358兆2235億7967万3204人目を呼び
Fucking insane. You will summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, man, I was gonna make the joke before she did this big number thing. I was gonna make the joke that I'll give Beatrice one advantage in this thing between her and Battler, and that's that I definitely believe Beatrice can count to a larger number than Battler could. Like, I'm not necessarily saying Battler wouldn't be able to count to, like, 10,000, but anything above 10,000, and I'd start being a little unconfident that he would lose track or just wouldn't know what the next place would be. I think Beatrice would be able to just count to a bigger number. What is this number? Fucking, how many places is this? 1, 3, fucking 3, 3, 3. Nope, it's too much. I don't give a shit anymore. That big number person.
わらわを永遠に翻弄で生きるとでも
Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity?
無限交代とは笑わせる
I laugh at infinite regrets.
わらわに無限は通じぬわ
The infinite doesn't work against me.
ほう。ならばどうやってこの俺の無限を殺すんだよ。見せてみろよ。
Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. That seems like a challenge you wouldn't want to make, Battler. I'm just gonna throw it out there. That seems like you're testing fate. I think she would definitely know how to just fuck you over. Oh. Huh?
わらわには真実を赤で語る力があろうが
Oh, it's the red. I called it just a bit too early. I called it like 10 minutes too early about the red. I knew the red. I was gonna be like, she can just say like, oh, it wasn't a 19th person or anyone beyond a 19th, if she really wanted to and if she was speaking the truth. I have the power to speak the truth in red! Remember, Battler? Yeah.
来やがったな。
Here it comes.
わらわが赤で語るときそこには一切の幻想がない
When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions.
わらわがこの島には100人しかいないと一言赤で語れば
If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island,
そなたにはもはや101人目を生み出すことはかなわぬのだ
You will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. This was a thought I had, like, a while back. Like, a few episodes into the whole red text thing. I was kind of hoping, like, Battler got his own color text at some point. But, like, make it blue or green or something. But, like, instead of, like, you know how Beatrice's red text is, like, this is an absolute truth. It's not going to be a lie. You can accept it as 100% truth. Like, I wanted Battler's to just be, like, something he would call, like, his stupid text or something. And he's like, if I say something in blue text, you know I'm saying something really stupid right now just to try to, like, prolong the fight or something. Like, I want something like that, where he doesn't have, like, a thing where he's saying something as an absolute truth. He's just saying something as an absolute dumb. That's the kind of thing I want Battler to have. That's the kind of shit I want in my in my story here. Cackle.
ほらバトラー
See, Battler?
今度はどんな真実を赤で語ってみせようか
What truth shall I tell in red this time?
どんな拠り所を叩き切ってそなたを絶望に突き落としてやろうか
Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Ha!
そらいつもの怯えた顔を見せてみる
Dude, she's gonna fucking end his life so hard with some red text. Come, show me your usual frightened face. Here I come. I'm gonna red text him so hard. Dots.
Nani?
Nani?
そなた笑うか
Why are you laughing? I'm telling you, this is where he introduces his own colored text. He's got to do it. Honestly, just try anything at this point. Battler should just say, I've got blue text. Fuck you. Throw anything you can. I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. This is a stupid sentence. This is a stupid sentence to read out. Oh my god. Alright. You brought out... Oh. You brought out your trump card again. So?
今度はベアトリーチェ様は何をどう赤で語ってくださるってんだ
How and for what will Beatrice Salma use the red this time? Oh?
それはどういう意味
What do you mean by that?
急に余裕を見せよって
Suddenly looking so relaxed. Is Renove still here? Is he just off in the corner? Just being like, yeah, I'm here too. I still haven't left.
その真っ赤な砲塔は俺も抜いてくれるのを待ってたんだ
Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours.
さてお前は今度は何を赤で宣言してくれるんだ
Let's see, what'll you proclaim in red this time? I was just trying to remember if we ever got a moment where Nove's like... I was trying to remember if he said like, well, I'm out of here. But I don't think he did. So I think he's just... He's just there in the corner of the room. God.
徳がそいつは自爆だぜ
You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you?
その時点でお前は魔女説を自ら捨てたも同然
Be careful, since that would mean self-destruction for you, right?
まさに投了だ
That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself.
確かに俺にとっても
A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, it'd be exactly the same as self-destructing.
18人の中に犯人がいると赤で言われることは
Of course.
受け入れたくない悲しい事実さ
Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit.
たとえ誰が犯人であっても俺はきっと辛い気持ちになるだろうぜ。
No matter who the culprit actually was, I definitely have to deal with some tough emotions.
だがそれはそれ以前にお前の敗北も意味する。
But before that, it would mean your defeat. That's a good point. Battler has a point. What does Beatrice more want to get? Does she want the victory, or does she want to torture him and say that it's one of the 18? Because in theory, she does lose if it's like, no, if it is one of the 18, that's not a witch's doing.
人間が犯人だとお前が赤で語ることはお前の投了宣言にも等しい。
I'm not getting the text. There it is. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation.
お前が俺と差し違えても相打ちにしたいってんならそれも面白い一手だろうぜ。
If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move.
だがこの勝負は俺の勝ちで終わる。
Yeah, I think that was something that one of them said. That she's like, yeah, she likes toying with it. Probably something along the lines of like toying with her prey before just like confirming the kill type situation. But I mean, I don't blame her. I don't blame Beato. She's lived for thousands of years apparently, or whatever. She's bored. She's like, oh, I just want to play with Battler. He's a fun man. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, she uses it carelessly, and I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used it to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. Alright, let's not give yourself too much credit there, Battler. I'm not gonna say there's a lot of intelligence coming on your side, but okay, this is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, let's not be so dramatic. Let's not be so dramatic.
さあ、今度はお前の手番だぜ。
Okay, now it's time to hear your plan.
そうさ。
That's right.
お前のヘンペルのカラスを使うには、
To use your Headbull's Raven.
まず18人以外に何人の人間がいるのかを赤で確定させる必要がある。
First, you have to confirm in red how many humans are other than the 18.
その上で、それらの人間についてさらに赤で犯人でないことを宣言したならば、
And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit,
なるほど。こいつは俺にとって致命傷になるだろうぜ。
that's right. That might be a fatal wound to me.
あれほど怯えていた赤をもはやみじんも怯えぬとはな。
I'm surprised fucking if this emotion is true, if this emotion in her face is true right now, I'm surprised she didn't think this through. Like, this is a very standard thing. I was very much saying, okay, she's gonna say the thing in red, but she should have been able to follow that line of thinking that, like, okay, if she in red says that if it was one of the 18, then she's fucked. And if she says it's not one of the 18, then he's gonna keep going. I don't know. Whatever. I'm surprised that you no longer have an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much.
たくましいやつよ。
You're quite resilient.
抜いてみろよ。
Try taking it out.
殿下の宝刀。
That treasured sword, that trump card of yours.
バッサリ決まって、今度こそ俺を屈服できるかもしれねえぜ。
This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right?
面白い。
Interesting.
こうでなくてはな。
Wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her, challenge her, drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, the red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcoming with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid, because my victory condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Also, this is really nitpicking, the whole situation, but like at this point where the situation seems so dire, if I was Battler, I'd be like, alright, fuck it. You know what? I will gladly take victory over Beatrice if it means one of these 18 in my family that clearly are all kind of shitty, like I've learned are all shitty. If they're like a bad person, like I doubly bad, then so be it. I'd be like, I will gladly cut ties with a member of my family if it means I'm not being stripped naked and chained and brought around like a goat party or something like that. I would be like, even now, if I'm imagining myself in this situation right now, I'd be like any one of my random family members. I'd be like, I'm so willing to admit that they're a shitty person and cut ties with them and not think twice about it if it means I beat Beatrice. So I'm not trying to say here that Battler is necessarily weak because of his family ties to truly mostly shitty people. But like, I am saying that basically. I am making that point. I'm making the point that Battler is weak. He loves his family too much, and his family kind of sucks. So, last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie, that a good fortress has one, and only one, intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there, they would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I was luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds.
さあ
So,
どうしたよ
what's wrong?
まずはこの島に合計で何人いるのか赤で語ってもらおうじゃねえか
First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total?
さもないとお前のカラスは俺に切り込めないぜ
If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. Raven, cut me up. Huh.
破れかぶれがこうもやりにくいとは。
How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult.
捨て身というやつはいつの時代も侮れんな。
One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era.
やはり金蔵の孫か。
It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild.
追い詰められれば追い詰められるほどに
The more cornered you are,
不敵。
the bolder you become. Renove cleared his throat.
膠着しましたね
I'm here too. It appears to be a stalemate.
せっかくの紅茶も冷めてしまいます
That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold,
お嬢様
milady. Renove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd manage to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that allowed her to turn her nose up at the worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Till now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. She's grown more cautious, thinking every move ever so carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Battler. Why'd she do it like that? This isn't getting us anywhere. Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? I just had a cursed thought enter my brain. I was gonna make a joke of something like, God, just get a fucking room, you two. And then, I instantly transitioned that thought into, oh no, this game is gonna end. And like, they're gonna be a thing. They're gonna be like some kind of weird couple or something, aren't they? I mean, wouldn't that be so romantic? They go 8 episodes of like back and forth, battling with their words. And then finally they're just like, you know what? Cursed. Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? We're gonna get to the 8th episode, and then it just goes, love wins, and then the credits roll. The usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Repeat it! On this island, there are only 18 people. Wait. Oh, okay. I almost got confused here. Okay. I thought there were double parentheses. Or not parentheses, quotation marks. The battler point. Oh no, she's already struggling from his first move. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. I have so much faith in his family. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it! On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. I won't say why. Alright, fine, Beatrice. Whew. I avoided what would have been the worst red for me. Again, I refute this. I'm not in agreement with Battler here. I don't think that would be the worst outcome of the red. Again, I would be like, all right, cool. I know one of the 18 people suck. Now I get to just try to figure out who that is. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. I mean, unless I'm just completely misreading the situation or something. Maybe I'm not built like Battler. Maybe Battler Maybe Battler is just so able to be broken spiritually if he knew that potentially it was someone he had close ties to that actually would murder people. But me? If I had a witch tell me that one of my, like, direct brothers and sisters did that, did something like that, I'd be like, yeah, it's... I was gonna say one of my siblings. I'm not putting... I was actually gonna say, I was gonna be like, yeah, that's them. Oh, okay. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the knight. A rook and the king, not knight. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who is grandfather's mistress of 30 years. Has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice.
そうさ。
That's right.
お前は魔女なんかじゃない。
You aren't a witch or anything like it.
この島に何十年も隠れ住んできた。ただの人間なんだ。
You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades. Oh!
1000年を経た無限の魔女のわらわをただの人間呼ばわりしたか。
Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years? A human? Cackle times 6. For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully.
いいか、続けるぜ。
Are you ready? I'll keep going.
続けて副将要求。
Again, repeat it.
この島には19人以上がいる。
There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has always become a foothold for my counterattack. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she uses red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game.
拒否してもいいんだぜ。
It's okay to refuse.
お前が赤で言えないなら、この島の合計人数は18プラス X ってことになる。
Oh, we're speaking algebra now. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island.
この X は初手で許すには相当でかい大駒だぜ。
There's no fucking way Battler passed algebra. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right?
何しろ以後18人の誰にも不可能だったという根拠のトリックは
After all, from now on, all the tricks that were impossible for the 18
全て18人以外の人間 X で説明可能になる。
can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group.
全員アリバイ系の密室を全て打ち破れる大駒だ。
This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It can only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but is very good at controlling territory on the board. Looks like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. It can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in the cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And it can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is a reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. God, he's really building this up. I feel like she's gonna, like, laugh one time and then just say something that just breaks him again.
どうしたよ。
What's wrong?
繰り返すぜ。
I'll say it again.
副将要件。
Repeat it!
この島には19人以上がいる。
There are 19 people or more on this island. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it cost her victory in the opening part of the game.
拒否した。
You refused?
ということは今後、
Which means that, from now on,
俺は18人以外の架空人物 X を何人でも使い放題ってことになるぜ。
I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want.
好きにするがよい。
Do as you wish.
わらわはそなたの復唱を拒否した。
I refuse to repeat what you have told me.
今はそれで十分である。
Isn't that enough for now?
拒否の理由は
The reason for my refusal is...
いや、
I was hitting the button.
今はまだ明かさ
No, I won't tell you yet.
ない。いずれすぐにわかる。
Anyway, you'll know soon enough.
もったいぶりやがってよ。
Still acting tough, I see.
あえて使わぬ赤もまた新しい使い方よ。
Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it.
そなたは赤き宝刀と呼んだね。
You called it my red treasured sword.
愉快な例
A pleasant metaphor.
え。わらわも使おう。
I will use it too.
宝刀は抜かぬうちが花い。
A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed.
むしろ抜か
God,
ぬこ
she's
とによ
coping
って
so hard
醸
right
せ
now.
る畏怖というものも。
In fact, there are times you can instill even more fear because it is sheathed.
そうだな。
That's right.
俺はお前がいつ赤でひっくり返してくるか常に念頭に置いて戦わなければならない。
As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words.
こいつはえれえプレッシャーだ。
It's some pretty serious pressure.
それに副将を拒否される方が辛い場合もある。
And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me.
何しろ俺の読みが正しいから拒否できないのか。
Those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right,
ミスリードにはまって泳がされてるのか区別がつかないからな。
or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about.
そういう意味ではなるほど。
If you think of it that way, yeah,
抜かずの宝刀ってわけだ。
it's a sheathed treasured sword. I hate that word, sheathed. Sheathed. So what?
同じ突き落とすなら少しでも高いところに行かせてからに限る。
If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first.
まだ始まったばか
We have still barely begun.
り。まだまだな。
Much is left to come.
この勝負は
I'll
今
resign.
はわらわがリザインする。
I'll resign from this challenge.
淡き勝利に今は酔
Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now,
え。今はね。
but only for now. Yeah, battler, let's go. Let's go, gamers. Let's go. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. The tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Renove's applause.
お見事です、バトラ様。
Spectacular, Battler-sama.
まずは序盤はバトラ様有利の展開でスタートというところでしょうか。
Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development.
さあな。
Who knows?
この駒が俺の手でもぎ取ったものなのか。
I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move,
取るよう誘導されたものかはまだわからねえな。
or whether she guided me into taking it.
どうせお前のことだ。
After all, knowing you,
俺が罠にはまり始めてるのを知ってて、白々しく拍手をしてるんだろ。
you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right?
まさか。
How could you think that?
序盤とはいえ、お嬢様より一本を奪った手腕を純粋に祝福いたしております。
I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round.
何しろお嬢様はすぐ増長するお方。
In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant.
たまにはこのような刺激も良い薬かと思いますよ。
I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while.
お前んとこの執事、ほんと口悪いな。
This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue.
であろう？
He does, doesn't he?
たまにわらわでもカチンとくるぞ。
Sometimes he ticks me off as well.
それは大変に失礼いたしました。
My, how incredibly rude of me.
さあさあ、お嬢様にバトラ様。
Well then, Milady, Battler-sama,
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですかな。
how would you like some more black tea?
まだゲームは始まったばかりでございます。
The game has still barely begun.
ゲームを彩るお茶とお菓子はどうかこの私めにお任せを。
Please, allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game.
どうぞお気兼ねなくゲームをおすすめになってください。
I ask that you continue your game without any reservations.
そうさせてもらう。
I will.
先を進めるぜ。
Let's move forward.
これからが本番だ。
Now is when it really starts.
よかろう。
Very well.
時計を進めようではないか。
Let us advance the clock.
どの上紅茶を頼む。
Renove. Black tea, please.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
クッキーは？
How about a cookie?
いらん。
Cookie. I don't need one.
ベルゼブブにあれば喜ぼう。
Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. As if she's like a feral beast.
しばし沈黙せよ。
Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes.
よかろう。
Very well.
わらわがどうして初手にて赤で語るのを拒否したの
Well, that didn't take long for her to do it.
今より分からせてやろうぞ。
Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during the first move?
何？
What?
上等じゃねえかよ。
Bring it on.
お手並み拝見と行くぜ。
Show me what you've got. Huh.
やはり見逃すには惜しい大駒よ。
Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it.
拙速かもしれぬが動かせてもらおう。
Maybe hasty, but allow me to make my move.
赤は使わぬが今よりそれをわらわに代わってローザが説明する。
I won't use the red. But from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Rosa? Huh? Maybe hasty, but allow me to explain my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain.
聞くがよい。
Listen. Don't bring Rosa into this. I've had my fill of Rosa, thank you. I had enough of Rosa in episode 2. No more. No thank you.
もちろん私も同意よ。
Okay. I'm going to take a quick restroom and water break. I will be right back. I'm going to throw this up. Give me like maybe 5 minutes at most here. I'm going to stretch legs and all that. So be right back. I've returned to the sound of rain. Let me see this. No, I'm talking about in the game. Although we might have been getting rain. I don't know. I thought all today it said it was supposed to rain, and then like I didn't see rain at all. Where the hell did I put the thing? There we go. Oh, okay. The rain was coming in quiet. Yeah. No, I meant the rain in game. Though I stand by what I said. All today, the forecast was saying it was gonna rain all day today, and then nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is like the second day where it's actually been like hot weather, I would say. We're like approaching like high 90s. Don't like it. Don't like it. I look at the week. I look at the week in advance on weather. I start to see that it's going to start crossing the 3 digits midweek next week. Oh god. I can already feel myself dying now. I see the 3 digits approaching. I look at the weather app right now, starting Tuesday all the way to Monday of the week after. That's a 7 days of predicted. And not only that, it says the highs in the hundreds, and all of them also have rain clouds. It is saying it is going to rain and be over 100 degrees. What the hell is this all about? We're going to be hot, and it's going to be raining. It doesn't make any sense. We're dead. Oh no, it's getting too hot in your car. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I hate it here. I hate the weather. I hate the weather here, I should say. Well, I hate it multiple reasons here. Eva. It says, we're back to the adults speaking. Of course. I think the same way.
Rosa もそうでしょ?
Rosa does too, right? Oh yeah, there was talk in chat about Rosa. Does she know? Alright, obligatory. Rosa does too, right?
Rosa?
Rosa? Speak up!
ごめんなさい。
It is kind of weird. Rosa's been... It was said in chat while I was away, Rosa's been, I think, a bit on the quiet side, right? Let me see this. Let me see this something. Yeah, no, I had been noticing. Rosa seemed out of it this episode. And... for lack of a better term, like, I like, there were multiple times where I feel like I didn't necessarily, like, put too much weight into it or anything. I thought, like, oh, maybe that was just Rosa being her old meekish self. But she has seemed... And then, I think I didn't put much stock into it just because, like, in episode 2, we were getting a lot of Rosa. And she was taking it upon herself to be the head bitch in charge, right? But, like, the HBIC... so I just assumed, like, since she had to go back... Now that everyone's back, I was like, oh, maybe she's just reverting back. We're stabilizing. Huh? Sorry.
私も同じよ。
Me too.
同意するわ。
I think that too. Oh, she's just repeating what Eva said. Yeah,
どうしたん
totally.
や、ローザさん。
What's wrong, Rosa-san?
あんたさっきからずいぶんおとなしいな。
You've been really quiet for a while now.
体調でも悪いんとちゃうか？
Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else.
あんたさっきからぼんやりしてるわよ。
You've been in a daze for a while now.
そんなので遺産が守れると思ってるの?
Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that?
あんたも一児の母なんだから、もっとしっかりなさいよ。
You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself.
ごめんなさい。
Kominasai. I'm sorry.
朝がだいぶ早かったんじゃないかね。
Did you wake up really early in the morning?
体調が悪いなら無理をしない方がいいだろう。
If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
客室にベッドの用意がありますよ。
The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared.
お休みになってはいかがですか？
How about taking a rest?
ご案内しますよ。
I will guide you.
いえ、大丈夫です。
No, I'm fine.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
どうしたんだ？
What is it?
何か心配事でもあるのか？
Is there something you're worrying about?
いえ、別に。
No, not really.
そう？
Oh, that's a very convincing answer, Rosa. Good job, Rosa. Really convinced everyone there. Yep. Is that so?
さっきからずっと心ここにあらずという感じよ。
It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time.
そしてそれは今私たちがしている議題と何か関係があるんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. Oh, she really got everyone's attention. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kyrie's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
いえ、
No, She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Come on, Rosa! Fucking out with it! Of course, the other siblings had also began to realize that something about her appearance was different than usual. Different from
どう
usual.
したんだ？
What is it?
さっきからおかしいぞ。
You've been weird for a while.
何か思うことでもあるのか？
Did you think of something?
わしら全員で団結しようって誓い合ったばかりやないか。
We all just swore to remain united, didn't we?
一人で悩むなんて水臭い話やで。
Don't hold back, worrying by yourself.
話したってな。
It's almost kind of weird how everyone gives a shit all of a sudden. Like, we were all like, hey, we gotta fucking, let's solve the riddle and actually do something. And now they're like, oh, Rosa, what the hell? What's wrong, Rosa? You look like a sickly Victorian child. What's wrong? Don't hold back worrying by yourself. We said we'd talk.
どうぞ
Rosa?
話しなさい。
Tell us. I know, it's like almost unsettling how quick it was. The men pressed her, one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation.
いえ、
No,
ベアトリーチェっていうお父様の愛人って。
this mistress of grandfather's. Miss Beatrice?
本当に
I was wondering if she's still...
生きてるのかしらって思って。
alive.
はあ？
Huh?
そりゃ生きてるに決まってるでしょう。
Isn't it obvious that she's alive?
こうして手紙を送ってくるぐらいだもの。
After all, she was able to send that letter to us. I read that in a weird way. After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Eva really just hit her with the, a what?
元気かどうかは別の問題だろうけどな。
Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though.
肖像画の美女も今じゃきっといいお年だろうぜ。
The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now.
元気やと思うで。
I'd say she's healthy.
金のことで悪知恵働くやつは決まっていくつになっても元気や。
People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Oh, Hideyoshi.
案外悪巧みは最高の回春剤かもしらへんで。
Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. I'm so funny.
生きてるはず
She shouldn't be
ないの。
alive. Huh?
今なんて？
What did you just say?
ベアトリーチェは
Beatrice is
死んでるのよ。
dead. I
私が殺した。
killed her. What? Well, Rosa?
なんだって
Ooh, what did you say?
どういうことよローザ。
What do you mean, Rosa?
でも私が殺したわけじゃ。
But it wasn't me who killed her.
でも私があんなところに連れてしたから
Though I did bring her to a place like that.
やっぱり私が殺したのよ。
No, I did kill her after all. Rosa, you can't just say something so wild and then just keep going back and forth on your story. What the fuck are you going off about?
あれは夢だと思い込もうとしたのよ。
I tried to make myself believe it was a dream.
でもやっぱりあれは夢じゃなかったのよ。
But it wasn't really a dream, was it?
だからこれはベアトリチェの俺からの手紙なのよ。
Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. What? Okay, so if this isn't just some like weird, I don't know, manic episode from Rosa we're going on right now, I think this only just strengthens the whole. I think I must have theorized this like, and maybe it's kind of been brought up like episodes ago, streams ago at this point, where like Beatrice is just a name, right? And like there's now through many generations there's been multiple, at least 2 Beatrices, and then the name gets like passed on somehow. And I think, like I said, I think the current Beatrice, the blonde-haired Beatrice that we know of, is currently training Maria to be the next Beatrice. That's been my guess now for the longest of time. And then I truly do think, fuck it, go all the way with that theory that I've said. I think I've said this before. I think as we get later on in the episodes, Maria assumes the actual title and role of a Beatrice, and then it's like Battler versus Maria as Beatrice. That is my running theory. I'm sitting there looking at Maria like she's clearly has something going on with her, and now we're starting to see this thing where she's very cool and chill with the blonde-haired Beatrice. I'm fully convinced there are multiple Beatrices. I'm running with it. I'm running with it. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
どうか落ち着いて。
Calm yourself,
ローザさん。
Rosa-san.
わしには何が何やらさっぱりや。
I have absolutely no clue what's going on.
もう死んどる？
Already dead?
どういう意味なんや？
What do you mean?
2つの意味があると思うわ。
I think it means 2 things.
まず1つ目は言葉通りの意味。
First, its literal meaning.
そしてもう1つは私たちの想像が正しかったことを裏付けるもの。
And second, backs up our earlier guess.
ということで
Which means?
ローザはベアトリーチェに会ったことがあるというのか。
Rosa has met with Beatrice, right?
そんな話ローザの口からは一度も聞いたことがないわ。
I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this.
ローザいつよ。
Rosa, when was it?
あなたは一体いつベアトリーチェに会ったのよ。
How could you have possibly have met Beatrice? Or when? Not how. When?
昔よ。
Long ago.
ずっと昔よ。
Long ago.
まだこの島に引っ越してきたばかりで私は幼かった。
We just moved over to the island and I was still young.
私は悪くないの。私が殺したわけじゃ。
It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Ah, ah.
落ち着け。
Calm down.
誰もお前を責めちゃいねえぜ。
Nobody's blaming you for anything, right?
まず水でも飲め。
First, drink some water.
な、
Okay?
夏日さん、水差しを頼む。
And Natsui-san, the pitcher, please.
はい。
Yes.
どうぞローザさん。
Here you go, Rosa-san.
どうか落ち着いて。
Please, calm yourself. Until Rose was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. What the fuck's happening? Oh, we're going back to this one. I am 60.
ベアトリーチ
Oh, Beatrice.
先ほどから呼んでおる
I've been calling for you for some time now.
聞こえなんだか
Did you not hear me?
そうであったか。
Were you?
すまぬ。
My apologies.
ぼんやり考え事をしていた。
I was lost in thought. Wow, the demeanor of this Beatrice is very different. She's off. She's
許せ。
Forgive me.
良い天気だな
The weather is pleasant.
なるほど陽気に心を奪われるのもわかるというもの
Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart.
紅茶はここで飲むか
Will you have your black tea here?
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
今紅茶を持ってくる
Ignores question. I will bring some tea now.
しばし待て
Wait here for a while.
紅茶は良い。
Forget about the tea.
わらわの話に付き合え。
Talk with me. He's like, no.
よかろう
Very well. Kenzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being. But his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kenzo to do the same. Kenzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. Oh, he did the whole... He did the very dad thing when you sit down in a chair or, like, get up from a chair. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence.
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
この問いに今日まで答えてくれた者はおらぬ。
Until today, no one has answered this question.
なぜか皆目をそらしはぐらかす。
For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me.
そなたとは長い仲だ。
I've known you for a long time.
わらわはそなたを無二の友であり、そして父ですらあると思っておる。
I think of you as my best friend. Even as a father?
だからどうか教えてほしい。
That is why I want so much for you to tell me.
そなたは知っているはずだ。
You should know
わらわが何者であるかを。
who I am.
なぜにそのようなことが気になるのか
Why are you worried about something like that?
そなたはベアトリーチェ
You are Beatrice,
この屋敷の主ではないか
the master of this mansion. Is that not so?
それ以上の何を知りたいというのか
What more could you want to know? Something funky is happening. Something funky.
わからぬ。
My funky detectors are going off. I do not know.
なんだ
What's this?
何が知りたいのか自分でもわからぬというのか
Don't you even understand what it is you want to know?
それは不可解な
How mysterious.
若き日には出口なき思考の迷路にて遊びたくなることもある
In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit.
そなたの悩みもそれであろう
Something is definitely going down. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Here's the thing. We better get answers as to what the fuck is happening before we leave this scene. If we transition out of this scene and we go back to the fucking adults, just bumblefucking around, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. Dots.
やはりそなたもそれを語ってはくれぬのか。
So you won't tell me, after all.
語ることなど何もない。
There's nothing to tell.
そなたはベアトリーチェだ。
You are Beatrice.
それで十分ではないか。
Isn't that more than enough?
いや違う。
No, that's not it.
わらわが知りたいのは名前ではない。
What I wish to know is not my name.
わらわが
I want to know
何者なのか。
who I am.
わらわは誰で何で
Who am I? What am I?
いつからここにいて、そしていつまでここで日々を過ごせばよいのか。
How long have I been here? How long will I have to continue my days here?
やはり紅茶を持ってこよう。
I really should bring some black tea.
せっかくの陽気がもったいないとは思わぬか。
Don't you think it is a waste of all this fine weather? God, I really should be getting into character. I should start making like myself black tea for every time, like especially these longer streams, like on the weekend, on the Fridays or Saturdays. I can be like those YouTube video essayists that they use like drinks as like a prop for them as they get into their like 3-hour long like video essay. I'm not gonna name any names, but there's someone I'm hard thinking of. Don't you think I'm a waste to find all this weather? That would require effort out of my part, though, is the problem. I would have to actually
これは
try.
何の話だ。
Oh, what's this all about?
どうやらお前の昔話のようだが。
It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right?
そのようだな。
Something like that.
まさかここまで遡るとは。
To think I would go this far back.
自分は誰なのかとはまた。
Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then.
えらく高尚な悩みをお持ちのようじゃねえか。
Wondering who you were.
無理もないわ。
That is to be expected.
当時のわらわは自分が何者なのか。
At the time, I was unable to understand who I was,
何のために生きているのかを理解できなかった。
or why I was alive.
ま、誰でも思春期になると
Well, in puberty,
自分の生きる意味とは何ぞやみたいな哲
What a
学
weird
的
way to
な
start that
悩み
sentence.
に一度はとらわれるものだな。
everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life.
お前にもそんな微笑ましい時期があっただけという話だろ。
Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? Get these fools off my screen. Get them off my screen. I'm only interested in Kinzo and past Beatrice right now.
わらわは生まれた時からその屋敷には、
I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth,
そして屋敷の中だけで生きた。
and I lived only inside the mansion.
もちろん庭には出られたが、敷地はとても高い柵で囲まれており、
Of
そ
course,
れを出ることはできず、
of course, I went out into the garden. The area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. Was unable to leave through it,
また出てはならないと厳しく言われておっ
and was told severely that I mustn't leave.
た。わらわはな、屋敷と庭は自由に歩けたが、
I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden,
その外へは自らの意志ではたった一歩
but outside
出
of
る
that,
ことさえ叶わなかったのだ。
But outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
What do you mean by that?
物心ついた時からずっとカゴの鳥だったって言いたいのか。
Are you trying to say that, as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage?
そういうも
A
の
rat in a cage? That's what I thought at the time.
何しろ気づいた時からそういう生活だったからね。
As soon as I became aware, I was living like that.
疑問にも思わなかっ
I didn't even think to question it.
お前一体何者なんだ？
Who in the world are you?
た。それよ。
That's it.
それこそ。わらわもまた望んだものだ。
That is what I also hope to know. I need answers.
どうせ人間ではなくて魔女でしたって言いやがるんだろ？
I'm sure you'll say something like I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right?
いや違う。
No, that's not true.
まだ違う。
That isn't true yet.
いや。かつてそうだったと言うべきか。
Or should I say that was once the case? Was once the case.
わらわは金像によって作られた。人間によって作られた人間だ。
I was once constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. Okay, so we're veering back into the weird. And I know this is a tall thing, quite the claim I'm making, but like weird for even this game, where we're talking about like the ability that there are apparently some characters in this game that have the ability of actually manifesting and or creating beings. Which we now have on multiple occasions gotten the inclination that Kinzo has the ability to do, whether it through his alchemy or his magic ability, potentially the furniture he creates, aka his servants, Beatrice maybe now herself. I don't really know.
いや。
Until this game spells it out for me, I'm just gonna remain an idiot.
とでも言うべき。
No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh.
なんだよそりゃ。
What the hell?
妙な話を言い出しやがって。
This is getting weird. Wait. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. See, and this, I'm gonna say it now. I'm going even harder into this. I think this shows that Kinzo has maybe not the, well, I think the ability to make like, I don't know how to put this. It sounds so bizarre me saying it, but like bodies. He can somehow create bodies. And I think the spirit of Beatrice, especially for someone who has lived for 1,000 years or whatever, somehow I think maybe Kinzo or maybe Beatrice herself has the ability to like transplant the spirit of Beatrice the witch. And so right here, maybe she's saying like, oh man, and that's why she like, we're going in this flashback kind of thing. Like she's like, oh, who was I? Who am I? What the fuck? Again, I'm like a fucking broken record. This is like Kingdom Hearts. So if you automatically become like a thing and a spirit is implanted in you and you're like, oh fuck, I've just been like, imagine like you're just born, but you're like years old at that point. You're like, what the fuck? Where am I? You like automatically become conscious. Like you just be like, what happened? Where am I? Who am I? What's my past? So I'm going again. I'm tripling down at this point. I'm saying that like, I think Beatrice gets passed down constantly as like a thing, especially if it's been 1,000 years. And I'll go as far as to say, I think Maria is the next one. An isekai? What the hell? This is getting weird.
どうせそなたは信じぬだろうがな。
You probably won't believe it anyway.
まずは聞け。
But listen first.
わらわは1000年を経た偉大なる魔女である。
I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years.
しかしある時、金像によって呼び出さ
But at one point, I was summoned by Kinzo.
れ、その秘術にて永遠の虜となるよう縛られたのだ。
And by that hidden art, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Oh, we're talking like summoning jutsus right now. Big
そりゃ初耳だぜ。
Big Naruto fan here who knows nothing about Naruto. Except for any of the things I get in the games that I've been playing once a year. Never heard that before.
後ろ宮家で知られてる話では、お前はじい様に呼び出されて、
From what we hear in the Ishirimiya family, you were summoned by grandfather.
悪魔の契約みたいなのを結んで黄金を授けたってことになってるぜ。
Made something like a devil's contract with him and gave him the gold. Indeed.
それは正しい。
That is correct.
そしてわらわは黄金を授け、契約の終わる時まで姿を消すはずだった。
Then, I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete.
しかし、まあモテる女の辛いとこよな。
But, well, popular women have it rough. Oh, I feel you, Beatrice.
金蔵はこともあろうか、わらわに恋をした。
By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me.
じいさまも金眼が進んでたんだろうよ。
Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. Fuck you, Battler!
ついでに乱視だな。
With astigmatism, too.
よりによってお前に惚れるとはよ。
To fall in love with you, of all things. You old hag.
まあわらわにとっては迷惑この上ない話よ。
Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome.
しかし人間の力とは恐ろしいものでな。
However, the power of humans is a frightening thing.
あれは恐ろしい力を発揮して、わらわをこの地へ釘付けにしたのだ。
He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place.
わらわが首を縦に振らぬ限り解放せぬと言ってな。
He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement.
なんとも強引な男よ。
Such an overbearing man.
すげえじゃねえかよ。
Isn't that awesome?
じいさまがオカルトかぶれなのは誰もが知るところだが、
Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult.
大魔女ベアトリーチェ様を釘付けにするほどの力があったとはな。
But who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great white Beatrice?
へっ、バカバカしい。
Heh, ridiculous.
そんなおかしな話信じると思うか。
Who'd believe such a weird story?
やはり信じぬか。
As I thought, you don't believe.
俺が信じるのはお前が森の中の秘密屋敷に隠居していたって事実だけだ。
All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest.
お前こそが六軒島の19人目なんだろう。
You are the 19th person on Rokenjima, right?
いかにも。
Indeed.
そなたの想像通り、ここは六軒島の森深く。
Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rokenjima.
外界からは見つけることもかなわぬ隠し屋敷。
A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world.
その名もクワドリア。
Oh, here we go. Its name is Kawadorian. 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 9 birds retreat.
そういやゲストハウスの正しい名はトライアンだって聞いたな。
Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Torarian. Visitor's retreat.
なるほど。ネーミングセンスは近いな。
I see. The naming sense is similar.
そしてお前はそこに隠居していたじい様の愛人。
So, you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret.
そうだな。
Isn't that right?
愛人というのは正しくない。
Mistress isn't the way to say it.
金蔵の片思いであったと言うべきだろう。
You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love.
先ほども話したであろう。
I spoke of it just now, correct?
あれが勝手にわらわに惚れた。
He fell in love with me of his own accord.
そしてわらわに求愛したが、それをわらわは拒んだ。
He then courted me, but I rejected him.
そして、わらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めたのだ。
Then, I was shut up in this hidden mansion.
いや、屋敷に閉じ込めたというのは正しくないか。
No, that's not quite right.
この体に閉じ込め
I know, for real, Jesus.
と言うべきか。
It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body.
最後が何を言ってるのかわかんねえぜ。
I've got no idea what you said at the end there.
どうせそなたはバカにして聞かぬであろう。
You'll just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right?
何しろ魔女も魔法も信じぬという。
After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic.
語れど聞く耳を持たぬというならば、
If you have no ears to hear what I tell you,
それを口にするは愚の骨頂だ。
saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. Okay, well tell me. Tell me, the reader, please. Please.
信じるかどうかは俺が判断するぜ。
I'll decide whether I believe or not.
聞かなきゃ話も進まねえしな。
After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue.
話せよ。
Tell me.
お前の昔話を。
Let's hear the story from your past. I was so afraid she was just gonna say no. She was just gonna be like, nope. Get fucked, battler. Very well.
金蔵はわらわに求愛を拒まれたが、それ式でへこたれる男ではない。
I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that.
どうあってもわらわの首を縦に振らせたかった。
He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what.
わらわをこの屋敷へ閉じ込め、わらわを口説き落とそうと永遠の時間を費やしたのだ。
He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart.
強引なやつだな。
Talk about overbearing.
しつこい男は嫌われるだろ。
Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh?
求愛に応えるかどうかは別にして、
Regardless of whether I responded to this courting or not.
男をそこまで必死にさせるのは、まあ女としてそう不愉快ではない。
Having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant.
しかしわらわは決して首を縦には振らなかった。
However, I never accepted his proposal.
なんとかその戒めから逃れようとしたが、
Try to find some way to break through his guard,
あれの結界は強固で破れなかった。
but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it.
それで
And then,
さまざまな抵抗を試みた結果、
after trying to resist in various ways,
金蔵の結界から逃れるには肉の体を捨てるほかないという結論に至った。
I eventually reached the conclusion that, to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I'd have to throw away this body of flesh.
肉体というものは魔法を語る上でとても制約の多い器なのだ。
The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user.
肉の体を捨てる？
Throw away your body of flesh?
なんだよそれ。
What does that mean?
幽体離脱みたいなものか？
Something like an out-of-body experience?
まあそんなものと考えればよ。
Well, if you want to think of it that way.
しかしわらわは精霊ではない。
However, I am no spirit.
魔女ではあっても、もともとは肉の体で生まれ落ちた人間だ。
Even though I'm a witch, in the beginning I was born with a human's body of flesh.
そのわらわにとって肉体を捨てるということは
Oh, for real? So for me, throwing away that physical body,
死を意味するほどではないにしても、それに準ずる覚悟が必要だった。
well, it didn't mean the same thing as death. It did require a similar level of resolve.
それはつまり
So, in other words,
自殺することでしか解放されないと決意したっ
you,
て
deci-
意味なのか？
you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it?
自殺ではない。
It wasn't suicide.
あくまでも肉の体を捨てるだけのことだ。
It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh.
もちろん、魂だけになるのは心もとない。
Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation.
魂は肉の体を出れば、太陽の強い風に絶えずさらされてしまう。
When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. The strong winds of the sun? Okay.
それによって吹き散らされないように自らを維持するのはわらわとて容易なことではない。
It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them.
できることなら 避けたい最後の手段だ。
It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could.
しかし金蔵の結界から逃れるにはそれしかなかったのだ。
However, there's no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier.
何しろわらわは自由人。
Anyway, I'm an unfettered person.
金蔵の生が果てるまでカゴにて飼われるのはごめんというもの。
I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff Byato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death?
それで自殺したってのか？
So you're saying you committed suicide? Didn't you already ask that and she said no? is this Battler's second or third time being like, so you totally committed suicide, yeah? And she's like, no.
何を言ってやがる。
What are you talking about?
当のお前はそこでのんびりガーデンチェアに腰掛けてるじゃねえか。
Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair?
そうだ。
That's right.
それこそが金蔵によって与えられた新たな檻だったのだ。
That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo.
檻？
Cage?
この屋敷のことか。
You mean this mansion?
違う。
No.
そこのガーデンチェアにてくつろぐわらわの体のことだ。
I mean my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. Come on, Battler. She said that a flesh cage or whatever the fuck. Fleshy cage.
金蔵は魂となって抜け出そうとしたわらわを
I need the wheels in Battler's brain to just spin just a bit faster. Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul,
それでもなお逃すつもりはなかったのだ。
Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go.
いやいや恐ろしいやつ。
Oh, he was a fearsome person.
普通は片思いの女が死んでみせれば100年の恋も冷めるであろうに。
Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she's willing to die, should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love had lasted 100 years.
だからこそあれも魔術師の端くれなんだ。
Perhaps that's why he even can't read. Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts.
さっぱりわからねえ魔女っ子トークで煙に巻くな。
Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk.
つまり何だってんだ。
What exactly are you trying to say? Speak to me like I'm a first grader.
金蔵は魂となったわらわすらも逃さなかったということだ。
Globules. That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul.
人間の思いというやつは恐ろしい。
Human emotions are terrifying.
これほどまでの魔力を発揮するとは。
To think he would be able to exhibit such power.
死者の魂をつなぎ止めるなど、
Tying down a dead soul.
それを専門に弓道する魔術師でもおいそれと至れぬ境地よ。
It's not something that could be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters.
わらわはそれを知るからこそ金蔵の恐るべき魔力にその時初めて驚愕した。
Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time.
そして金蔵はわらわの魂を捕まえ連れ戻したのだ。
Then, Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back.
だが魂を捉えておく檻は鉄でも鉛でも作れない。
However, a cage to hold a seed's soul cannot be made from iron or lead.
ただ一つを除いて
Only one thing remained.
なんだよ。
What?
魔法の檻だとでも言い出すのかよ。
You aren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you?
違う。
Wrong.
わらわやそなたのようなこの肉の体だ。
It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine.
肉と血でできた檻だけが魂をこの世につなぎ止める。
Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world.
金蔵はわらわの魂をわらわと瓜二つに作り上げた肉の檻に
Kinzo
再
shut
び閉じ込めたのだ。
Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me.
要約するとこういうことか。
So to sum it up, it's like this.
じい様がしつこく求愛するんで嫌になり自殺したが
Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide.
うまく死にきれなかったってことだろ
But you weren't clever enough to finish the job? Damn, what a harsh way of finishing that sentence. Fuck.
まりくどい言い方しやがってからに
Oh, Battler. Damn. You really took a roundabout way to say something like that.
いいや違う。
No, that's wrong.
わらわはホムンクルスの種子に魂を閉じ込められ
My soul was shut up in the seat of a homunculus.
試験管の中より生まれ入れたのだ。
And I was born out of a test tube. Don't you feel bad now, Battler? I am the spawn of a test tube.
は
Huh?
あバカバカしい
But that's crazy.
そんなのあるわけねえだろ
That isn't even possible, right? This is the 1980s or whatever. Test tube babies, what? Huh?
生命を生み出す奇跡すらも金蔵は成し遂げたのだ。
Kinzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life.
わらわの魂を閉じ込める檻にするためだけに
And simply to shut my soul up in that cage.
な。己の恋心だけでこれほどの魔力を見せるとは
That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love.
つくづく恐ろしいやつよ。
A thoroughly terrifying person.
ああもうさすがにバカバカしくなってきたぜ
It's already getting pretty ridiculous.
好きなだけ言ってろってんだ
Say whatever you want.
俺は何も信じねえぜ
I won't believe anything. He's like, alright, it's gone too far. Fuck it. I refuse to believe anything anymore. I'm done.
勝手にやってやがれってん
Just,
だ
just do what you like.
なんだその不愉快な態度は。
What's with this unpleasant attitude? I mean, Battler was asking for it. He's like, no, man, Beatrice, you have to tell me about your past. And she's like, you're not gonna believe it anyway. And he's like, no, please, I beg you, you have to tell me about your past. And then she says her past, and he's like, oh, that's too crazy. I take it back. I wish to go back 5 minutes before you started telling me all this. Heh.
最初は何か重大なヒントが隠されているだろうと多少の興味を示したが
In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden here.
聞けば聞くほどおかしな話になっていく
Huge hint hidden here. But the more I ask, the weirder the story starts to get.
魔女を否定するゲームのはずなのに
I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches,
いつの間にか魔女話を鵜呑みにさせられていく気がするぜ
I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow this story about witches.
悪いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はねえな
Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore.
勝手に好きなだけほざいてろよ
Just keep rambling on to yourself. As much as you want.
耳クソでもほじってるからよ
I'll be over here, picking at my earwax or something. Alright. She's just like, why did I waste my own breath then? Uh-huh. When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy-to-understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness and my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful, so even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Oh my god, Battler! Talk about shameless. Talk about just talk about just a boner brain or whatever. Ah. Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but I'm telling you, man, they're so gonna be together by the end of this game. It's so in the cards. It's in the fucking cards. I've got it. Oh. She's gonna love him because he's such a fucking idiot. Like, him being an idiot is totally her thing, and she is a woman, so that's like Battler's thing, and that's it. That is all this is gonna be. It's gonna be her being like, man, I really love just how dumb he is, and he's gonna be like, she has boobs, and it's like, great. Match made in heaven. Roll credits. Battler says, well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but. Oh, yeah, it would be him, like, getting something Kinzo couldn't. Ooh, Battler 1, Kinzo 0. Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack.
そこまでこき下ろされてまでのこのこ語ると思うか?
You expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like, even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Oh!
お嬢様の魂は捕らえられ、
Renove.
新しい生命の檻に吹き込まれました。
No one asked for you. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life.
それはつまり、お嬢様が再び人間として生を受けたということです。
In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I, realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it.
Renove.
Renove. Enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to.
新しいクッキーを今焼かせているところでございます。
I'm baking some new cookies right now.
それまでお茶菓子代わりにお嬢様の昔話がちょうどいいかと思いまして。
Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, a lot of you. I'm leaving. Renove, serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
努力いたします。
I will make an effort. Beato's short temper, peculiar to women. Wait, okay, Beato's short temper, peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her. And she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Renove and the scent of the black tea were left.
なんだか俺が怒らせたみたいで気分が悪いぜ。
I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something.
ご自覚があられるようですので、
Yes, Battler.
これ以
Yes.
上申し上げることはございませんよ。
As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more.
ちょっと待てよ。
Oh, wait a sec.
とどめを刺したのはお前だろうが。
Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow?
はって
何のことやら。
My, what could you mean by that?
お砂糖とミルクはいかがですかな？
How would you like some sugar and milk?
ミルクだけでいいぜ。
Just milk will be fun.
あとお茶菓子も欲しいな。
And some tea snacks would be nice too.
クッキーが焼けるにはまだ時間がかかりますよ。
Well, it'll be a bit longer before the cookies are ready.
チャカの代わりがあるって言ったぜ。
Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack?
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
ご清聴をいただけるのでしたら続きをお話しいたします。
If you will listen quietly, I will continue the story. Damn, Renove just going fully against Beatrice. He's like, fuck it, I'm going rogue. It's my story to share.
ホムンクルスがなんとかって言ったな。
She said something about a homunculus.
一応は知ってるぜ。
I know a bit about that.
あれだろ？
It's that thing, right?
錬金術だかで作り出せ人造人間のことだろ？
A manufactured human created with alchemy or something?
はい。
Yes.
お嬢様の魂はホムンクルスに閉じ込められ、
The word homunculus.
再び赤子となって生を受け、この世に蘇ったのです。
Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby.
しかし赤子でございますから、
However, because she was a baby,
金蔵様が愛を語ろうともそれは無駄なことでございます。
any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. No, Renove, don't put that past Kinzo. Don't put that past Kinzo. Kinzo's not above that.
まさか。
You aren't saying
じいさまはその赤ん坊をこの隠し屋敷に。
that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion
同じ年に成長するまで閉じ込めたってのか。
until it grew to reach the same age she'd been.
はい、
Correct. Baby love.
そのまさかでございます。
I shouldn't be making jokes. Correct. That is what I'm saying.
しかし魂は同じといえど、人間の魂はその器に強く影響を受けます。
He's like, I dare not have any thoughts about this baby that I've brought back to life. I will lock her up in a room until she's back. It's so gross. Oh God. That's what I'm saying. However, while her soul is the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container.
お嬢様はかつての記憶をすべて失われ、ごく普通の人間の少女として成長されました。
The lady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl.
それが、そこのガーデンチェアに座ってるベアートだってのか？
And you're saying that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair?
はい、
Yes,
その通りでございます。
that is correct.
まさに瓜二つに成長なされました。
It grew to be completely identical.
しかし魔女としての力は持ち合わせておりません。
However, did not possess her power as a witch.
あくまでも人間としてのお嬢様なのです。
Milady was completely human. Yeah. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then? No. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No. A baby. What is... What is Battler doing? Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul is once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as a reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. I mean, sure, I have to believe my grandfather is a fucking weirdo, but it at least makes more sense, right? No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Koadorian, was it? I mean... maybe if we were in, like, our real world, then the idea of a homunculus sounds weird. But I don't know. I don't exactly understand the rules of this meta, like, level that this battler is in. But, like, he has to know something supernatural has been happening now for what seems like a while. So, like, what's the addition of one more thing? Huh? You know what I mean? Like, if we were living in our real world and it was like someone's like, hey, I am a homunculus that some dude just created and my soul has been transported into it, I'd be like, yeah, I don't believe you. But this is like, I don't know. This is like this is one crazy thing after we've seen many crazy things. I don't know. There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something that she just fabricated on the spot? I mean, I agree with that statement, yeah. The witches would be a very close line to that. Couldn't this be something that she just fabricated on the spot?
六軒島の森の中にはクワドリアンという隠し屋敷が実在します。
The red text noise scared me. Also, Renove pulling out the red text. Jesus. He's like, fine, I'll fucking do it. A hidden mansion called Koadorian does exist in the forest of Rokenjima.
それが今話をしていた場所です。
That is the place we were just talking about. Huh? Red? Renova used the red to say that Koadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used?
これでも悪魔の端くれでございますので。
I may not look it, but I am a demon.
お嬢様には内緒にしてくださいね。
Please keep this a secret from the lady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Renove could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it.
このクアドリアンの庭でくつろいでるベアトとさっきのじい様との会話は真実なのか?
So that Beato relaxed in the garden of Koadorian, and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth?
はい。
Yes.
真実です。
It is the truth.
かつて
In the past,
実際にこの場所でお二人はこのような会話をなされました。
the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place.
助かるぜ。
Thanks a lot.
さらに赤で頼む。
I'll ask for some more red.
あいつホムンクルスから生まれたなんて言いやがったが。
She said she was born from a homunculus.
そんな非科学的な魔法的存在実在するのか?
But does that kind of unscientific, magical thing actually exist?
その問いかけにはお答えできません。
I am unable to answer that question.
理由はステイルメイトになるからでございます。
After all, doing so would cause a stalemate.
ステイルメイト?
Stalemate?
なんだそりゃ?
Oh, come on, Battler. What does that mean? You know what that means.
チェスの用語で千日手のパーペチュアルと同様に。
It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check,
それ以上のゲーム進行が不可能になる宣言です。
any further progress in a game becomes impossible.
これは千日手とは正反対で、
This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves.
指し手がなくなる、ある種の手詰まりの状態を指します。
Because all moves would disappear and would bring about a kind of deadlock.
パーペチュアルに同じで、チェスではこれを引き分けにしております。
In chess, this would lead to a draw just as a perpetual check would.
ただし、お嬢様とバトラ様のゲームでは引き分けがございません。
However, there can be no draws in the game between you and Milady.
ですので、ステイルメイトになる質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
Therefore, I'm unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate.
よくわからねえこと言って煙に巻いてるが。
You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff.
つまり、ホモンクルスなんて魔法的存在が実在するって、赤で言えないからごまかしてるだけなんだろ?
But simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say that something magical like a homunculus exists, right?
仮に私が赤で魔女は実在すると言ったら、
If I
バト
were
ラ様はどういたしますか?
if I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Paddler Sama?
それを信じるか信じないかで、俺たちは大喧嘩してるんじゃねえかよ。
Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right?
それを言われちまったら身も蓋もないぜ。
If I was told that point blank,
ゲームオーバーだ。
it'd be game over.
魔女は存在すると赤で申し上げたなら、バトラ様には反論の余地がありません。
If I said a witch exists in red, you'd have no room for argument.
しかしバトラ様はその理由が示されない以上、それを受け入れないでしょう。
However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Paddler Sama, you probably wouldn't accept it.
しかし赤で語られる以上、反論の余地もなく証拠も示されない。
However, after being told that in red, you'd have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof.
この場合、バトラ様は
In this situation,
敗北を認められないにもかかわらず、反論の手がなく手詰まりとなってしまいます。
even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock.
チェックメイトされていないにもかかわらず、次なる指し手が存在しない。
Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there'd be no existing moves left.
バトラ様が次の一手を打てない以上、お嬢様に手番が回ってくることはなく、
Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn,
ゲームはそこで永遠に止まってしまう。
and the game would stop there for all eternity.
その結果、お嬢様があなたを屈服させることもできない。
As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit.
これが手詰まりの状態です。
That would be a deadlock situation.
それを回避するため、
In order to avoid that,
このような形になるご質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red.
早い話が、身も蓋もない質問は禁止だと、そう言いたいわけだな。
So, to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited?
まあ、そりゃそうだよな。
Well, that's true, I guess.
赤で魔女は実在するって言われちまったら、俺は花からお手上げだぜ。
If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. It's kind of weird that we're just now getting it in writing, like narratively, like why Battler can't just be like, hey Beatrice, confirm it in red, a witch exists. And then for her to be like, a witch exists in red, and then, like, it, again, credits roll, game over. Like, at least we're getting it explained narratively, I guess. Why they can't just outright do something such like that.
ご理解いただけて
Whether it's a kind of bogus kind of reasoning. I was gonna say, whether it kind of ends up coming across kind of like as a bogus reason. At least it's something. I mean, it sort of makes sense. If it was such a point-blank question, if he was like, witches, it was saying in red, witches exist, and then Beatrice was like, witches do exist in red text. I do see a world where Battler goes, okay, well, I either don't believe you, or I challenge the whole validity of the red text thing. But I mean, whatever. It's a concession. Yeah, whatever. I am pleased that you understand.
他の形の質問でしたらご協力できるかと思いますよ。
I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form.
奴がはぐらかした復唱要求には答えられるか？
Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it?
この島の人数だ。
About the number of people on this island?
お嬢様が保留されている復唱要求にももちろん答えられませんよ。
If my lady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond.
お嬢様の家具でございますので、出過ぎた真似はできかねます。
As my lady's furniture, I'm unable to be too forward. No, we made an exaggerated gesture trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless.
一瞬でも使えるやつと思ったのによ。
Just when I thought you might actually be useful.
諦めて他の質問を探すか。
I'll give up on that and search for a different question.
そうだ。
That's right.
大事なことを確認するのを忘れてた。
I was forgetting to check something important.
これはベアとの思い出話なんだろ？
This is a story about Beato's memories, right?
いつの話なんだ？
When did it happen?
まさか現在ってことはないだろ。
It couldn't be happening right now, right?
はい。
Correct.
ここは1967年の世界。
This is the world of 1967.
19年前の世界でございます。
The world of 19 years previous. Let's try rearranging the story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then, he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from her here, and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and... No. If I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter? Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body. And might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. He's like,
混乱してきたぜ。
I'm starting to get confused.
いずれにせよ、憶測の域を出ない。
Either way, we can't do more than speculate.
確実に赤で言えることは、
The only thing we can say for sure in red.
1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に人間としてのベアトリーチェが存在した。
Is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, Beatrice existed as a human.
それだけだ。
That's all.
その通りでございます。
That is correct.
1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に人間としてのベアトリーチェ様が存在した。
In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human.
ああ、サンキュー。
Oh, thank you.
助かるぜ。
That really helps.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
これでバトラ様の19人目の駒はその存在がはっきりしました。
With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person.
バトラ様が熱望された18人以外に罪をなすりつけられる19人目の人間。
A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for.
いかなる罪をもなすりつけることのできる生贄の羊。
A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. I will point out, though, that I don't think Renove would have given that point up so easily if this 19th person, Beatrice, wasn't going to be the one to blame for any crimes that then happen on Rokujima.
それがお嬢様とは実に愉快。
How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Renove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him.
そうだ。
That's right.
ローザおばさんは言った。
There's that thing Aunt Rosa said.
ベアトリーチェは死んだ。
Beatrice is dead?
私が殺した。
I killed her?
どういう意味なんだ。
What did that mean?
それは私の口から語るよりも、実際に顛末をご覧になった方が早いでしょう。
As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Also, I wouldn't put it past Beatrice. You know, she like phased out. She was just like, all right, Renove, don't say anything to Battler. And then she just disappeared. Like, Beatrice is probably just like in the other room. She's probably just around the corner. And she's listening to Renove just spill the fucking beans on everything. She's like, this fucking guy. This fucking guy.
少々時計を進めましょう。
Let us advance the clock a little more. Renove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Whoa. Was it Bito? I quickly realized that it was someone else. Ah! It was her. That oldest sister of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that... What the fuck? If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. Renove-sama.
まだこちらにおられましたか。
So, you're still here.
ベアトリーチェ様が至急お呼びです。
This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama.
はて、
My.
至急のどのようなご用やら。
What kind of urgent business could it be?
少々、バトラ様とのおしゃべりが過ぎたようですね。
Seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long.
それではバトラ様、私めはこれで失礼させていただきます。
Well then, Battler-sama, if you'll excuse me.
どうか引き続き、お嬢様とのゲームをお楽しみください。
Please continue to enjoy your game with Milady.
へいへい。
Yeah.
せいぜい楽しむぜ。
I'll enjoy it as best I can.
あんたはベアトより話が弾むからな。
Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you, as opposed to her.
赤も気前よく使ってくれるしよ。
And you're more gracious with the red, too.
ぜひまたおしゃべりに来いよな。
Come and talk again anytime you like.
バトラ様、
Battler-sama.
私もこう見えてもお嬢様の家具。
Despite how I look, I am a lady's furniture.
お嬢様が望まぬことはできませんよ。
I can do nothing a lady does not desire.
私が語った赤は、本来ならお嬢様が自らの口で語るべきもの。
What I said in red was something that normally should have come from a lady's mouth.
へそを曲げてしまわれたお嬢様に代わって赤き真実を披露したに過ぎません。
I did nothing more than announce the red truth in the lady's place as she sulked.
やっぱ俺へそを曲げてたよな。
So she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Renove incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak Nichan cocked her head curiously.
ロノウェ様、
Renove-sama,
ベアトリーチェ様をお待たせしております。
we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting.
お急ぎを。
Let us hurry.
直ちに参ります。
Yes, I shall go immediately.
それではバトラ様、後ほ
Well, Battler-sama, I'll see you later.
ど。ようやく仲良くなれてきましたね。
It appears that we have finally started getting along.
やはり良い友人になれる気がします。
As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends.
ベアとの陰口仲間ってことならな。
Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Beato's back.
ロノウェ様
Inoue-sama! He just keeps refusing to leave. He's like, I don't wanna. Yes, yes.
それでは失礼いたします。
If you'll excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me. Or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak Nichan let out a thunderous cry, Inoue laughed frivolously, disappeared as if running away.
煉獄の七杭が長女のこの私がこの程度の用事で呼びつけられるなんて。
Why am I, the oldest sister of the seven stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this?
ベアトリーチェ様もこの程度なら他の暇そうな妹たちに言いつければいいのに。
Even though Beatrice-sama could have told one of the younger sisters, who look like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh.
何をカリカリしてんだよ姉ちゃん。
Why so grumpy, Nichan?
腹減ってんならクッキーでも食えよ。
If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Oh, God, I really hope Balor doesn't say something weird here.
最後の一枚をくれてやるぜ。
Why don't I give you the last one?
ふん
Hmm?
気が利くじゃない。
How thoughtful.
なら一ついただこうかしら。
Then, shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Ah! As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of the sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Yeah, no, for real. We were fucking teased about the whole Rosa thing. Renove was like, oh yeah, remember how Rosa was gonna say something like probably really important? Probably best to hear it from her. And then the game proceeds to just not go to that scene. Whoa!
姉ちゃん、そろそろ爪を切った方がいいぜ。
Nichan, isn't it about time you cut your nails? Got her.
ルシファーよ。
It's Lucifer.
それが誇り高き私の名。
That is my glorious name.
ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えする名誉ある家具。煉獄の七杭が長女。
The honored furniture who serves Beatrice-sama, and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory.
他の面汚しな愚昧どもとはわけが違うの。
I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters.
それに見合った敬意を示さないと後悔することになるわよ。
If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it.
どう後悔するんだか。
And why would I regret it, exactly?
俺には見当もつかねえぜ。
Can't really think of a reason.
バカな子ね。
Stupid kid.
そんなに遊んでほしいの？
Do you really want to play with me that much? Yes.
そんなに忘れられないの？
Was it that unforgettable?
私の悔いを思いっきり奥の奥までねじ込んでたっぷりえぐって楽しませてあげるわよ。
I'll thrust my stake deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? God, that sounds sexual. Oh.
クソったれ。
Damn it.
いつか押し倒して同じセリフ言ってやるぜ。
Someday, I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Damn! Wait. Ah! Oh! I'll thrust my stake. Yeah, I'll thrust my stake. I should use that line next time I have the chance. No, I shouldn't. I take that back. Immediately when I said that, I don't like the way that sounds. I would not use that. It would not come across as funny. It would not be good. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Alright, battler. Oh, really? Wow, I can't wait. I could maybe only say that if I was potentially having a verbal spar against someone who calls herself Lucifer, and then she was like, she said it first, and then I'd have to play it just like Battler did. Oh, I'll have you on the floor saying the same thing, or I forget how he said it, but she's like, okay. Wow, I can't wait. Ha 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 ha. The fuck? Alright, we're at a Rosa time. Fucking. Yes. Okay. I'm too curious to see what's gonna happen, so I'm not ending now. I'm gonna do one more BRB. One more quick stretch. And then hopefully we'll see this Rosa thing. So, let's go with this. And I will, be right back in a few minutes. Okay. Let's place our bets as to whether Rosa is going to make sense here. Will she deliver earth-shattering news? Will the things she has to say here change the course of everyone's destiny? Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably? Though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago? Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at that time. You say that even though you're always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Eva? I was literally about to say the same thing. I was like, Eva, shut up. We're in the middle of a story. And then? Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was the day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ishinomiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus Nissan's dignity. Couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolph Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ishinomiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokujima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear. Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance, where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ishinomiya house, and maybe became lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. I was gonna say, like, this is the very stereotypical, like, run away from home thing. Which is, like, something that I feel like, especially back when we were younger, like, or at least when I was younger. I don't know how old everyone is. that might be watching, but like it was portrayed in media as like a thing. But like, I never did that as a kid. I would never be able to get away with that shit. Just run away from home, or threaten to run away from home. Like, I don't know anyone that actually attempted that I know of. I don't know. But that's like a thing that we'd always see portrayed in like media. Like, oh, I'm a kid and I'm mad at my parents, I'm gonna fucking run. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. As a young suburbanite as myself, I probably would not be able to make it anywhere or far or anywhere where it's not just like. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this is like a weird forced island. All right. And maybe become lost and make them more and teach them a lesson. And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason. But I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place there that no one knew about. Which might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So, I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ishiromiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. God, this family sucks. So you managed to end up there by coincidence. At Beatrice's? Hidden mansion? Rosa nodded weakly. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Natsui-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Yeah, Rosa's like, God, I felt so weak. I just wanted to end everything. And Eva's like, you should have just gotten better. You should have just get good. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. On Rokkenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island.
でも確かに存在すると分かっただけでも収穫よ。
But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful.
お金はかかるだろうけど、例えば航空写真の会社に調査を頼むとか。
It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate,
このお屋敷を建設した業者に当時のことを聞くとか。
or ask the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time,
調べる方法あるかもしれないわね。
we could probably find some way to search for it.
そうね。
They just need to wait several years for Google Maps. Google Earth. We'll just wait it out, and then sometime, you know, in like what 30 years or so, Google will just scan everything, take some satellite pictures, and then we can zoom, pinch and zoom. We'll find this second mansion. That's right.
あるかないかもわからないものを探すよりはまだ方法があるはずよ。
At least we have more options now, as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed.
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
It may be worth investigating right away.
その調査は兄弟合同でやるわよ。
The siblings will do that investigation together.
兄さん一人ではさせないわ。
We won't leave you on your own, Nissan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Eva already.
兄貴たち、今はよせよ。
Give it a rest for now, you two.
ローザ、続きを話してくれ。
Rosa, please continue. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mo? Whoa. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked, so at that time I naturally took the easiest path. Are we gonna get young Rosa model? Sprite? As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. What is this fairy pan flute music? A whimsical. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. But this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. Probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I've been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believe the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. Oh, here we go. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonged to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in, but the fence was very, very tall. It didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had incredible length to match its incredible height. No matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area. Or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, couldn't find a gate for a while. And I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in.
そこが隠し屋敷だったの。
And there you found the hidden mansion?
あれが私たちの言う隠し屋敷なのかはわからない。
I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about.
でも少なくとも私たちの知る場所ではなかったわ。
Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up. And what happened there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rokujima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. Sigh Chorus. That's a dope name. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we knew so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then, I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we later know from the portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as their normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. The mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened up very wide. It was only natural considering that guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planned to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Shiromiya Rosa. Shiromiya. Oh? One of Kinzo's family? Huh? Yes. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. Or she just doesn't give a fuck. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman and her dress in the flower garden in the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. Probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And it really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, shocked still, she motioned to an empty chair. She motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. Oh, look at this. Oh, we got new art. Have a seat. Oh, tea party. Oh, I love this. It's like I'm having a tea party with Beatrice, just weirdly sitting at a very hyper angle for some reason. Like I'm sitting on a chair that has like some of the side legs are like tilted weird. Have a seat. Welcome and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. God, I made mention of this like earlier, but this Beatrice is so calm and chill compared to the Beatrice we know now. Like, what the fuck happened over all the, I guess, what, 19 years or so? She became so different. She became so jaded. She became so fucking evil. Right here, she's like, I love having a tea party. And then it's like 19 years later, she's like, I'm gonna fucking kill everyone. course, I have no pleasures other than that. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Also, this picture, I mean, just because of its very nature of being like a, you know, visual novel type thing, this feels like I'm back to playing like a dating sim visual novel thing, and like I just had like a good date, or I picked the right like selection, and like now I'm having a tea party with Beatrice. I picked the right dialogue choices. As she said this, she let, oh wait, I read that. Because I was so full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden.
森の魔女
Are you the witch of the forest?
ベアトリーチェですか
Beatrice?
いかにも
Indeed.
わらわがベアトリーチェである
I am Beatrice. Oh, they took away the screen so quickly. It's gone.
やはりな。
You pick the wrong dialogue choices and you get sent to the tea party where you gotta eat, what was it, like a baked ham with Maria's face on it or something? I forget exactly what the food was. A baked ham. It wasn't a baked ham. It was like a pastry, a pie or something. Yeah, there we go. Baked ham. I don't know why I thought of baked ham. Just like a ham with like Maria's face like on the broad side of it, just like on that flat side of like a cartoonish ham. As I thought.
ベアトリーチェは実在したんだ。
Beatrice actually existed.
その姿はまさに肖像画の。
Did she really look like the portrait?
ええ
Yes.
まさにあの肖像画の通りよ
Really. Just like the portrait.
お父さんの想像の中の魔女じゃ
So,
なかったんやな。
she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination.
それであなたは彼女と何を話したの
Well, what did you talk with her about?
彼女はお茶を入れながら私のことをいろいろと聞いたわ
As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself.
まず森を抜けてやってきたことを驚かれた
First, she was surprised that I'd come through the forest.
彼女は柵の外には危険な狼がたくさんいると信じていたみたいだった
It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. Also, I have... Now, all of a sudden, I thought of something, and now my brain is like in a tizzy. So... How do I put this the most easily worded? Like, we've seen now, this is our third, again, I call it cycle, our third game, our third cycle, our third episode, where certain facts and things change between each one. Are we to assume then that only in this third episode was there a past, a history, where Rosa bumped into Beatrice? Because in the other episodes, I think Rosa was in the boat of like being like, what, you think Beatrice is a real person, you fucking insane Maria, a child of mine? Beatrice isn't real. So like, how far deep does it go? I mean, I guess that's the only way to interpret it, right? Is that like, not only is the cycle, the game, completely like the fact that the different things can happen, but like you have to assume the whole past, everything set up to that point in the game's period. Because Rosa at no point in the previous two episodes was even close to having a moment like this. She was not like, oh man, I bumped into Beatrice back when I was a kid and I fucking killed her apparently, or I aided. I assume what's gonna happen. I mean, I'm not here to, I mean, I can't not, I was just spoiling it because I don't fucking know, but like, now that we've saw the little moment there previously, so we went from Rosa, where she said she killed it, then we went to Battler and Beatrice and Renove moment, and like, we kind of got explained what happened to Beatrice, and what Kinza was doing, I assume Rosa, like, she said it wasn't by her hand, so I assume Rosa, like, just witnessed whatever Kinzo ended up doing to Beatrice or something, right? And that's what she's gonna go on and describe here. A million Beatrice's own grudges against a million versions of his family for a million different reasons. Yeah. Wait. I gotta... Someone's playing Lord of the Rings online? Was that Colton? Whatever. Much to think about. As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, I think I read this. She was surprised that I'd come through the forest. It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. Oh, was that? Oh. I thought I didn't look at it quick enough, and so like I thought it was Colton at first, and I was like, wait, I was like, I didn't think he was playing Lord of the Rings online. So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. I respect that. I respect it. She asked how I managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? I mean, at first, because my mind's been on the Golem game for the last couple of days here, I truly thought before I saw the online part, I thought it was going to say the Lord of the Rings Golem, and I was like, holy shit, who's playing Golem? Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there? Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago. Truly a trick to fool children. I don't remember though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. That was such a fakey laugh. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. Ah! At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? I see. So even Rudolph-san used to be that cute. Shut up. I was just a kid. Well, at any rate.
同じ狼の話をするのは道理ね。
If Father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there, makes sense that he'd use the same story about wolves.
彼にとって六軒島の広大な森は後宮家と愛人の屋敷という
To him, the vast forest of Rokkenjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds.
相入れない二つの異世界を分断する越えてはならない壁だったのだから。
The Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion.
柵の高さを考えると、どうやら親父殿は庭ごと丸々を座敷牢にしたようだな。
Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell.
さながら二つの世界を分ける国境も同然だったのだろう。
Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds.
狼はともかく野犬の類でもいたのではありませんか？
Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time?
そのための柵だったかもしれません。
Perhaps the fence there was to protect against those.
六軒島に狼も野犬もいないわ。
There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rokkenjima.
その柵は兄さんやキリエさんの言うように
That fence was probably
ベアトリーチェと私たちの間の国境だったんでしょうね。
a border between us and Beatrice.
しかし狼の話を素直に信じるなんてなんちゅうか純朴やな。
But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive.
わしの想像していた魔女とは随分違う感じやで。
That's nothing like what I would expect a witch to do.
そうね、
You're right.
それは私も感じたわ。
I sense that too.
とても尊大で確かに魔女のイメージ通りの人だったんだけど、
She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch.
どこかとても子供っぽくて、
But she was somehow very childish.
なんていうのか素直すぎるというか。
She was... how should I put it? Too straightforward.
世間知らずな印象を受けたわ。
She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world.
例えるなら本当におとぎの国の人みたいというか、
It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land.
本当に不思議な人だったわ。
She really was a strange person.
それからどうしたんだ？
What happened after that?
親父の話とかは出たのか？
Did you end up talking about Dad at all?
ええ、
Yes.
何日かに一度約束されている日もあれば突然の日もあったそうだけど、
Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly.
ふらりとお父様が訪れては一緒にお茶を飲んだり散歩したりしたんですって。
Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or something.
私が訪れたその日はたまたま彼女一人だったと言っていたわ。
She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited.
なるほどな。
I see.
まさに愛人といったところだ。
An obvious mistress, you might say.
やれや
My, my.
れ。いくつ年下か知らんが、親父殿もやるね。
I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father.
いかがわしい意味での交流はなかったと確信しています。
We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Alright, Natsu, you don't have to go to bat for him so much.
バカね。男と女の多さに色気がないはずないじゃない。
Idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality.
それでどうしたの？
What happened next?
それから何の話を？
I know, she's like... she's trying way too hard. What did you talk about after that?
私の自己紹介をしたので逆に彼女のことを質問したわ。
I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her.
そうしたら急に雰囲気が落ち込んでしまったの。
When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing.
なんていうのかとても気だるそうな寂しそうな。
How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely.
私が初めて彼女の顔を見た時に浮かべていたのと
It
同
was
じ表情だった。
that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning.
まあ秘密の愛人だからな。
Well, she was his hidden mistress after all.
好き勝手に歩かれてお袋に見つかっちまったらことだ。
If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her.
きっと軟禁に近い状態だったろう。
I'll bet she was practically under house arrest.
綺麗なドレスに綺麗な屋敷や庭があってもさぞや窮屈な思いをしてたんだろうぜ。
Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped.
そりゃ苦労もあったろうさ。
I'll bet she had it rough.
それで
And then?
彼女はきっと何か悩みがあった。
She was definitely worried about something.
それを私に話したところで何の解決にもならない
I remember
という
feeling
ような雰囲気が読み取れて、
I remember feeling really sad myself.
私もとても悲しかったのを覚えてる。
When I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her.
私と一緒にいることさえ忘れてしまったかのようで、
She seemed to forget I was even there.
遠くをぼんやり見ながらずっと無言でいたわ。
She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time.
私はきっと失言してしまったに違いないと思ったんだけど、
I thought I must have said something wrong,
謝罪の言葉すらも口にしていいような雰囲気じゃなくて、
but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize.
だから私も彼女が私と一緒にいることを思い出してくれるまでずっと黙ってた。
So I remained silent for So I remained silent too for a long, long time until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Ah! They're back!
本当に狼などおらぬのか。
Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Huh?
はい、
Yes, that's right.
狼なんて動物園でも見たことないです。
I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo.
動物園とは何か。
What is a zoo?
ああ、
Oh,
いろんな動物が飼われているところです。
it's a place where they keep all kinds of animals.
象とかキリンとかパンダとか珍しい動物がいっぱいいますよ。
They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas.
動物園に狼はいないのか。
So there aren't any wolves in a zoo?
なら怖くないかもしれんな。
Then, it might not be so scary.
狼がいたとしても動物はみんな檻に入ってますから安全です。
Even if there were wolves, all the animals are put in cages, so it's safe.
だから安心して見学できるんですよ。
That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time.
それはわらわとどう違うの。
How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it's very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut in cages.
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。
Everyone calls me Beatrice.
それは確かにそなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。
And that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say.
しかし
But
そ
that
れはわらわではないのだ。
that isn't me.
わらわには魔法など何も使え
I cannot use any magic.
ぬ。わらわはその魔女の魂をこの身に封じられているだけなのだ。
I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. Question mark? There is definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seems she truly believed that magic exists. Yeah, we're very much in the... Like, Kinzo is just a maybe misunderstood old man who is upset about a love situation from his youth or whatever. That train has long taken off for me. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied, but since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nissan that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: "A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside." But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even though she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try? Going outside the fence? Oh, I'm sure nothing bad will happen from the result of this. There really aren't any wolves. There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. Oh no. Oh, I just kind of like put it together. You know how Rosa was like, "Oh, I didn't directly kill her or something." I think like Kinzo's gonna catch wind of this and fucking punish Beatrice. Oh god. Oh no, and then Rosa's gonna know. Rosa's gonna know. Rosa's gonna know. I want to leave. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 Beatrice, don't leave! But the gate is always closed. There's a place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, will there be a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves? Google. Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Oh god, then I learned what she was preparing herself for. I have had enough of this place. I want to go outside. And I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. Oh, I cut her off. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't easily express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. God, this Beatrice is so sweet. You seem sweet. I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a far-sightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. The only other weird, like, thought I've been having now over the last, like, few minutes as I've been reading this is, like, what if this is another Beatrice trick? What if, like, Beatrice is technically being trapped in here, in this area? Maybe, I don't know, a Kinzo spell is, like, restricting her from leaving. But almost like a vampire. You know, like, vampires you gotta, like, invite into your house to invite them in your house. You have to invite them in your house. You have to invite them in your house. For them to enter your house, you have to invite them. That's what I'm trying to say. What if the spell, she is able to leave if she has someone from the outside world, outside of this fenced off area, like, takes her out. And so she's just acting sweet to, like, get Rosa to, like, pull her out. And then Kinzo's gonna say, is like, no! And then Rosa, like, leaves, and then that's why she's acting all sweet here. But then, like, we're told, like, it's only, like, what, the time difference of, like, 19 years or something? And then, like, what, she just becomes fucking evil over this 19 years? No, she was always evil. I don't fully believe that as a theory right now, but I want to put it out there. Just before we see some kind of reveal, you know? Beatrice says, I don't know about movie theaters. Like, I wouldn't put it past Beatrice. We've seen her do this thing where she acts sweet towards people, and then she's like, nah, fuck you. I actually am just trying to manipulate you or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what amusement... I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel, from the bottom of my heart, that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them? Just like vampires. Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seems not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No. Maybe it's better to say that she never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant, and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish. I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So, I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please, take me from here. Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble. And yet, it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to Father, and not Mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama? Or Oni-sama? No, what about that reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So, I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? Is this a butterfly? And that sound. And that smell. It really was like the inside of the fence had been her entire world. So, now that she traveled beyond the limits of her world. It's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now, it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She left a world she believed to be finite, and it was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. I was actually at a loss of what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently, she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve this situation. So, I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach round, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. Yeah, I know. Where the fuck is Kinzo? However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. You know, there's like, anytime, the word compass. Anytime I've heard someone pronounce that as compass, compass, or like compass, weird. Compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I'd come by, and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So, I definitely had to lead the way through this forest, for the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. Reach the ocean? At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, I had reached the ocean. We were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So, I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was properly older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then, I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs, like I was crawling, I thought I'd probably be okay. Let's go down there. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful. But if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she had lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest would be without a light. Furthermore, seeing that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff, I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably look shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it almost felt like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. Felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could just fly. So there wasn't any need to worry.
気をつけてくださいね。
Please be careful.
結構高いから。
We're pretty high up. Indeed.
気をつけるぞ。
I should be careful.
下へ降りたら海がある
It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down.
な。そこに水族館があるのか。
Is there an aquarium there?
いえ、この島には水族館はないですよ。
No, there aren't any aquariums on this island.
でも、海にはたくさんの魚がいると思います。
But there should be lots of fish in the sea.
そうか、
I see.
魚はいるのか。
So there are fish.
そなたが話してくれた、クジラとかイルカとかペンギンとかはいるのか。
Are there, whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about?
いえ、そういうのは水族館に行かないといないです。
No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those.
水族館は島を出ないとないですよ。
And you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium.
そうなのか。
Is that so?
だが楽しみだ。
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
クジラとはどんな魚なのか。
What kind of fish are whales?
すっごく大きな魚で、哺乳類かな。
They're really big fish, huh? Aren't they mammals?
それで潮を吹いたりします。
And they spit seawater into the air.
お
Oh.
ー、ならばイルカは？
And dolphins?
頭のいい魚で、あれ？これも哺乳類だっけ？
They're really smart fish and... Oh, weren't they also mammals?
とても頭が良くて芸とかを覚えられるんですよ。
They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. Oh.
ならばペンギンはどうなのか。
Fucking marine biology time with Beatrice. Then what about penguins?
あれ、これは鳥類だっけ？
Weren't they birds?
なんだ。
What's going on?
水族館なのにさっきから魚が出てこんぞ。
We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish.
まあその魚だけでなくいろいろな海の生き物がいっぱいいるんですよ。
Well, there aren't just fish, it's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean.
ほ
Oh.
ー、それはとても楽しみだ。
I really am looking forward to that. Oh no. You gotta be fucking kidding me. If you fucking tell me, no fucking way, dude. I don't even want to advance the screen. Nope, take me back. We're going 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 back. Go back. Further back. No, back before what's about to happen happens. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back. I don't want to go through the screen. Oh. Wah. Ah. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. No, the title to this stream was too real. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? I'm pissed. I'm pissed. So
崖から落ちて
she fell from the cliff.
どうなったんだ
And then what?
彼女はどうしたんだ
What happened to her?
ローザ
Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory.
死んだのね
She died, didn't she? Eva's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation.
死んだわ
Yes, she died!
岩浜だったもの尖った危険な岩がたくさんむき出しになっていた
It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed.
目を見開いたまますごい血が溢れ出して
Oh.
たちまち真っ赤な絨毯を広げていった
Her eyes were still open. An incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet.
声をかけたわ揺さぶったわ
I spoke to her, shook her.
でも彼女は返事はおろか瞬きすらも
But she refused to...
まぶたを閉じることさえしてくれなかった
But she refused to respond. Not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids.
私が悪いのよ
It was my fault.
彼女はドレス姿だったのよ
She was wearing a dress, remember?
あんな動きにくい格好なのを知っていたのに私が壁木を降りようなんて言ってしまったから
Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. I mean, I hate to, pile on Rosa here in this instance and the now dead Beatrice, but like, honestly, bad decision making all around.
彼女はすごい素直だったから私の言うことに何の疑いもせずに従って
Okay, so that might make a little bit more sense then, why I'm like, okay, so what happened in the 19 years? But like, either something happens, right? If she's back alive, so either Kinzo brings her back, and like, what does like does the Beatrice body have like different emotions and different like personalities every time it's brought back, maybe, or something along those lines. So like, so we had like a good Beatrice. We saw a glimpse of a good Beatrice for a moment, and then like Kinzo's like, I gotta bring Beatrice back, and then we bring Beatrice back, and it's like the one we have now, which just kind of sucks and is mean. One was a kid and the other was the most naive person around. I mean... I say no excuses. When I was a kid, I wasn't dumb. I knew better. I don't want to brag, humble brag, but I knew better. Let's see. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts.
いつまで死んでいるつもりか
How long do you plan on remaining dead?
いい加減に目を覚ませ
Open your eyes already.
まったくわらわの預かり知れぬところで勝手に肉塊に姿を変えようって
Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone.
おめえのとこの太もも姉ちゃんとイチャついてただけだぜ
I was just flirting with your ass, Nichan friends.
それよりこれはどういうことだ
More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well,
見たままよ
as you can see,
わらわは足を踏み外して転落し
I missed my footing, fell down,
死んだ
and died. In
なん
quotes.
だ
What the hell?
19人目として登場しておきながら
Even though you showed up as the 19th person,
死んだだと
you were already dead?
ふざけるなそんなわけはない
Don't mess with me, that's impossible.
ローザおばさんは子供だったし焦ってた
Aunt Rosa was a kid, and she was panicked.
医者がいたわけでもない
It's not like a doctor was there.
多分死んだと誤解しただけでお前は多分その仮死状態か何かで生きていたんだ
She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead, and you're probably, alive and pretending to be dead or something.
そうだろ
Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's gotta be alive. Otherwise, how could she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared, into that face too. But her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague, like, she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of the sharp rocks. Jesus. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. It makes all the inconsistencies fit. Wait, did I read that right? That makes all... Okay. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. But she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then, she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together.
そう簡単には騙されねえぞ
Now, I won't let you trick me so easily.
赤で復唱できるか
Can you repeat it in red?
確かに死んだと
That she's certainly dead?
どうせ生きてるんだろ
She has to be alive, right?
見え見えだぜ
It's obvious.
それのどこが生きているように見えるというのか
How does that look alive to you?
間違いなく死んでいる
It's definitely dead. Oh, we just received so much psychic damage. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but...
なら
Then,
お前は何者だってんだ
who are you?
お前はたった今死んだんだろうが
You just died, right?
まさか魔法で蘇ったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな
Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic.
すでに説明したと思うがな
I've already explained that, have I not?
そこに倒れているわらわは確かに魂はわらわだが
The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul.
その体はわらわを写し終えつなぎ止めておく肉の檻に過ぎなかった
But that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world.
そしてその肉の檻がこうして壊れた
This is how that cage of flesh was broken.
それがどういうことかわかるか
Do you understand what that means?
もうさっぱりだぜ
I don't have a clue anymore.
好きなだけ魔女っ子トークに興じろよ
Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks.
チャカの代わりに聞いてやら
I'll listen to that in place of a snack.
なんだ空っぽか
What the? It's empty.
おい紅茶のおかわりを頼むぜ
Hey, could I get more, some more black tea? Goofy.
ラノ
Cackle.
エ
Renove.
客人が紅茶をお望みだ
Our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Renove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient.
おかわりですね
A refill, you say?
かしこまりました
Certainly.
どの程度お継ぎしましょうか
How much shall I pour you?
どうせチャカがボリューム満点だろうからよ
Well, I've got more than enough snacks.
半分でいいぜ
Half will be fine.
それでもなみなみとお入れするのが英国式でございますよ
Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence.
ちょっと目を覚ましてよ
Hey! Open your eyes!
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Whoa. Ghost? Okay, so she's... Why does the sprite look weird to me? I guess she's just crossing her arms weirdly. I don't know, something looked weird to me. I think I'm just being thrown off by the weird puffy arm things. Whatever. So I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So, I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then, I remembered that I had been summoned by Kinzo, and that I had been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I now finally regained myself. Rosa. You probably regret bringing about my death. But I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor? Or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then, I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It'll probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, take some time to recuperate and regain my former power. As I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days, perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Huh. Oh, Kinzo. Regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Cackle. Cackle.
それで、お前は黄金の蝶に姿を変え、森の中に潜んで魔力が回復するのを待った。ってのか？
And then, you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored. Is that what you're saying?
そういうことだ。
That is correct.
そなたを嘲笑するためにこの姿を取るが、本来は蝶たちの姿でいた方が魔力的には楽なのだ。
Yeah, basically. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time, it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies.
無理しねえで楽な格好で嫌がれよ。
Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest.
ムカつく笑い声を聞かずに済むぜ。
I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. Laugh.
蝶に姿を変え、森に紛れたわらわを探し出すことなど、もはや金蔵には不可能なこと。
When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me.
だが、金蔵も指を加えているわけではなかった。
However, Kinzo was not dismayed.
しかしわらわを捕らえる方法はすぐに用意はできぬ。
Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me.
そのためまずはわらわをこの島から逃さぬ方法、
So, he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island.
そしてわらわが力を取り戻すことがないよう即座に手を打ったのだ。
And to keep me from regaining my power.
やれやれ、とにかく金蔵の執念深いことと言ったら想像を絶する。
My. At any rate, Kenzo's spitefulness was unimaginable.
あれに惚れられるのもなかなかに辛いものだぞ。
It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that.
蝶になったお前を逃がさない方法？
He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies?
なんだよ。森全体に蚊帳でも張ったってのか？
What? Did he put a bug net around the entire forest?
うん、
Indeed.
それを魔法的に行ったのだ。
A magical one.
そなたは知っておるか？
Didn't you know?
船着き場の先の洋上に岩礁が浮かび、そこに小さな東洋魔術の祠があることを。
On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic.
ああ、あれか。
Ah, that.
今年はなくなってたけどな。
It was gone by this year, though.
昔、修験者が作ってったとかいう祠なんだろ？
It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shugenja, right?
六軒島は元来歪みのある島でございます。
From the very beginning, Rokujima has been an island enveloped by distortion.
魔力的な存在やそれに類した存在を引きつけます。
It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures.
お嬢様もそんなうちのお一人でございましょうね。
Milady herself is one of them.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
How about some more tea?
いただこうぞ。
Kako, please.
それらは人間たちに害をなし、おそらく数々の不気味なる伝承を残してきたであろう。
They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake.
それを聞きつけた東洋魔術師が古代に設けたのがあの祠なのだ。
A small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them.
長い時間を経てその力は失われておった。
A long time passed, and that power was lost.
金蔵はそれを修復することで島の結界を蘇らせ、わらわを再び島に縛り付けたのだ。
By repairing it, Kenzo restored this island's barrier, once again bound me to the island.
西洋魔女のお前に東洋の魔法なんて通じるのかよ。
Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you?
本来は相性が悪い。
Normally the affinity would be poor.
しかしわらわを封じたいという目的においてはある意味都合が良かっただろうな。
However, for the purpose of sealing me here, may have been quite convenient in a way.
わらわも西洋魔術であれば心得がある。
If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge.
どのような結界であっても何かの手が打てたであろう。
For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken.
しかし東洋魔術は専門外よ。
But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise.
わらわが飲まんとするスープに対しスプーンではなく箸を与えられたようなものだ。
It was as if I'd been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink.
東洋魔術が強く支配する空間では西洋魔術はひどく力を失います。
In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power.
ただでさえ千日はかけたであろう力を取り戻す時間を
Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength,
さらに長くかけねばならなかったのです。
she would have to wait many, many more.
それで約20年かけて魔力を取り戻し、今こうして蘇ったって言いたいのか？
So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you've revived, as we can all see? Revived? I said that weird.
辛く長い年月であった。
Those were horribly long years.
わらわは黄金の蝶の姿のまま長く日々を送り、 金蔵の屋敷を見つけ、奴の日常を見守った。
I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day.
どのように仕返しをしてやろうか。それを思案することだけを日々の楽しみに生きてきた。
I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I'd get back at him.
わらわにとって幸運だったのは、その間の20年間。
That period of 20 years was fortunate for me.
金蔵はわらわを探し出し、捕らえるあらゆる秘術にことごとく失敗した点だったか。
Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed.
人間に起こせる奇跡の数など、たかが知れている。
There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about.
わらわをあれだけ長く捕らえていただけでも、十分に身に過ぎた奇跡だ。
Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above this place.
そう何度も捕らえられてはたまらぬわ。
It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times.
じいさまが前のゲームだかで言ってたな。
Grandfather said something in the previous game.
魔法は確率的奇跡に宿る。みたいなことをよ。
It was something like magic lies in a miracle of probability. Indeed.
金蔵はわらわを再び捕らえる秘術を探るうちに、そこに行き着いたのだ。
As Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that.
そして13人の生贄を捧げることでわらわを再び蘇らせる儀式をついに編み出したのだ。
Then, he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people's sacrifices to revive me again. 13人の生贄 13 people as sacrifices?
それが魔女の碑文。
That is the witch's epitaph.
生贄の歌でございます。
A song of sacrifices.
第一の晩に6人。
6 people on the first twilight.
第二の晩に2人。
2 people on the second.
そして第4の晩から第8の晩にかけて5人。
And then 5 more people on the 4th through 8 twilights.
合計13人の生贄を捧げる禁じられた儀式。
A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices.
その生贄はランダムに決められ、儀式を執り行う金蔵自身も例外にはなりません。
Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception.
バカ野郎。
Dumbass.
この島で起こったあの凄惨な殺人が全部おかしな儀式だって言うのかよ。
Are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island was a weird ceremony? I'd have a vague idea that this might be the case, but I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, "Oh, really?" and accept it.
六軒島には18人いる。
There are 18 people on Rokkenjima.
13人が生贄に捧げられ、5人だけが生き残る。
13 are offered as sacrifices. 5 are left alive.
そしてわらわは蘇る。
Then I revive.
つまり、金蔵がわらわに再び会える確率は、だいたい3分の1といったところか。
In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3.
その確率に自らの命を落とし、
He bet his own life on those odds.
残りわずかな寿命の最後の一瞬に、わらわとの再会を望んだのだ。
Wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life.
そのふざけた儀式のために俺たち親族が集められたってのかよ。
You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony?
ふざけやがって。
Sorry, I had to click something. Don't fuck with me.
いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえ。
Don't say stuff like that, damn it.
元より契約の通りだ。
It was all set out in our contract from the beginning.
金蔵の生を終えるとき、
When Kinzo's life ended,
貸し与えた黄金と、そして金蔵が生み出した財産のすべてを、わらわがもらい受けることになっておる。
all the gold I lent him and all the assets he created would be given to me.
金蔵には散々に英雄を飲まされたが、
Yes, Kenzo did stab me in the back quite brutally.
今となってはこの1000年でも稀な時間だった。
But looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life.
何しろ魔女の天敵は退屈よ。
After all, boredom is my natural enemy.
それから逃れることのできる数十年間を提供した金蔵には、
To Kenzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades.
なるほど。それも含めて借りがあるやもしれぬ。
Yes, you could say I owe him for that.
わらわは金蔵のゲームに乗ることにした。
I just go... It's starting to get later, so I'm just slurring through words. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game.
そしてまず、金蔵は後宮家当主の指輪をわらわに返却する。
So to start, Kinzo returns the Ishiromiya family head's ring to me.
わらわの黄金で復興させた家だからな。
It was my goal to revive the family after all.
そして13人の生贄を気まぐれに決めるのだ。
Then, 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices.
そしてその過程でお前たちが右往左往し、
While that happens, you all run about.
わらわに立ち向かおうと様々な人間模様を見せてくれることはわらわにとって非常に愉快なことだ。
Showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me, and entertaining me greatly.
わらわはこの金蔵のゲームを実に気に入っている。
Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's. I was honestly, when we got to the end of like Beatrice like being the butterflies and whatever, there was like a good like fade to black, and I was like, oh, maybe I should have quit there. But then I was like, ooh, maybe we'll just go. Maybe I thought like, oh, maybe there's just gonna be a little blip here. But I failed. Oh. Speak of the black screen. All right, the battler has made a battle cry. Let's end it there. I'm gonna take that as a notice that like I was just talking about the black screen, and then it was like we'll end there. We'll end on this scream here. We got it. We saw it. We saw the Rosa thing. That was the main thing I wanted to make sure we got through tonight. So I'm gonna call it a victory. Oh, we're on the page 5 saves. Oh no, we're soon gonna have to start going back to our page 1s. Oh, if only we knew. If only we knew what we were getting into when we created these saves, right? Oh man. Yeah, we got to see a death. That's great. I'd say, honestly, a good 5 hours. A solid 5 hours. With, you know, obviously some breaks in there and stuff. Almost 5 hours. Thanks so much for watching. I'm trying to think. I think, what's next Saturday? I don't know. There might be a thing. We might do Saturday Umineko. Maybe. I'll have to look. I don't know for sure my schedule. I think I might be busy Saturday night. So I might either do again Friday night or do weirdly like day Saturday? I don't know. I imagine there will be at least one Umineko stream next week during the weekdays, as we've kind of been doing. As we go through that, Zanki Zero, we're going to be working about a bunch on trying to finish that as quickly as we can before the end of the month. And that's pretty much it. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for enjoying, hopefully. Thanks for making this as fun as an experience for me as well. Have a nice rest of your night. See you in another stream. Take it easy. Stay safe. Stay well. And I will see you in another stream.